Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Everywhere, across every time zone, everywhere in this great land of ours. Welcome from Atlantic Canada, where it is blizzardy day, and I'm just happy to be excited to be with here, including with my good friend and co-host.
Hello. Hello, Internet.
Hello,
Making
Dave.
Paul's life difficult. Yes. Hi.
Well, I make my own life difficult sometimes,
Sometimes.
as we all do. Welcome to Toast, everyone. We should start with the toast, which we sometimes don't do.
Sometimes we don't. We try to remember to. What should we toast to today, Paul?
Let's toast to merch.
Toast to merch. This is a pint glass that was full of sangria at one point.
Oh my goodness.
Check ran long. What are you going to do?
Oh well.
Yes, I drink wine out of pint glasses because I am a Philistine.
You're a classy dude.
Because I'm a classy dude.
All right. Well, welcome everyone here. This is not only Toast to Toast, but it's Toast to Toast trivia night.
Mm-hmm.
And as everyone saw, we now, thanks to our last trivia winner, we now actually have Toast to Toast prizes to give away.
Yes.
Not the last time that we had a show, but the last time we had trivia on the show, we had the winner of the show was Vishanti.
Oh, look at that.
And Vishanti received her Toast to Toast glass. So that's proof that we pay our debts. We award our winners here on our show.
That doesn't make you want a toast to toast glass, then I mean there's just something wrong with you. I'm going to come out and say it. I'm going to say it. I'm not afraid to be brave yet honest.
Styling.
Also,
so
a lot of beer here. I'm just going to go.
Agent Mulder was my
the winner
idea.
of the winner of tonight's trivia
Dave, my tea
will
says
also
fudge.
be able to
Yours does
receive
not.
a similar, if not very nearly identical glass.
Wow, that just happens in there then, eh?
What?
Heads out. You didn't catch the super chat?
I missed it.
The computer just read at you in a loud voice? Yeah.
Yeah, I missed it.
You are sticking cute, Vishanti. No, my tea does not say fudge. This is this one is a deep cut. I will actually be a little impressed if anybody in chat can recognize what my shirt today is. Yeah.
All right. Well,
question, Shannon. What was that?
So I'm gonna have to. Obviously, I have some
Didn't
technical
help that
issues.
Paul was just speaking right over top of it.
Technical issues I'm gonna have to fix because it just happened without me being aware of it. So awesome. That's great. Anyhow, you know what? What would be helpful though was Dave. Do we have a sponsor today?
Oh, absolutely. I'm busy pouring myself another drink.
All right. Well, that's quite all right. But as you know, we appreciate your super chats, everyone.
Yeah,
it helps to keep the lights on and to celebrate.
Yeah, there's a couple people nailed it. It is Fruity Oat Bars. It's the oat bar from that is the ad that River saw in Serenity when it triggers the subliminal and she starts killing everybody in the bar. Yeah, it's the Fruity Oat Bar ad. Yeah. But yes, we have.
Was my idea.
You've got mail.
Oh, we got a couple. I think my friend Paul is choking to death over there, so I'm just gonna.
Mulder was my idea.
All hail the whole _whacked _whacked _whacked.
Yeah, that's going perfectly. Well, thank you so much, Joe Hill. Thank you, David. Oh, that's this is wonderful. Yep. Oh, we lost your audio, Paul. I'm guessing you muted yourself while you.
I muted myself so you would not all be subjected to my to my drinking problem.
Your black lung.
That's right.
But yes, as you mentioned, we do have a sponsor tonight. We have
Perfect.
Got to keep the the old mill turning. Got to pay the bills. Got to keep it going. So
all right. Well, let us know who is that.
Paul. The other day, I was enjoying a wonderful brunch with some friends. We had all the usual treats of that delightful meal between meals. There were fresh sausages and bacon. homemade waffles with syrup. There was berries and cream, toast. We had a variety of cheeses. Those little bowls, with all like the fruit chopped up, the honeydew, your cantaloupe, what have you. And it was an amazing meal, Paul. And I'm going to be honest with you, my mouth is watering right now just thinking about it. There were some people drinking mimosas, but as a responsible adult with serious, some would say crippling addiction to caffeine, I was enjoying a fresh coffee that tasted all the better because it was in a mug. But I'll level with you, Paul. I wasn't able to enjoy that meal like I probably should have. You see, Paul, I tweaked my back the day before. Something that I'm sure many of the Toast to Toast viewers out there can sympathize with. I didn't like full on throw it out or anything like that. It wasn't debilitating. It was a little twinge every time I went over or reached across the floor for one of these delicious dishes. And as I sat crisscross applesauce on the floor, holding my plate in one hand and fork in the other, I kept wondering why there couldn't be a better way to enjoy a meal with friends and families. Well, now there is. The scientists and engineers at Tables have developed a revolutionary new food support system that makes eating a breeze. Gone are the days of having to fight off dogs while eating a sandwich after a hard day of work. No more stress on your lower back as you bend over a bowl of soup at lunch. The idea of having some kind of device that held your food off the floor at a convenient and comfortable height isn't just science fiction anymore. The visionaries at Tables have made this millennia-old reality. How do they do it? It's simple. In practice, a table can best be described as a flat surface, typically rectangular, but occasionally round. It's held roughly 30 inches, which is 76 centimeters for the rest of the world out there, all you non-Yanks. Hold that off the ground by one or more supports. These supports are arranged in clever ways to allow you to sit at the table in a comfortable manner with your legs underneath it and your food conveniently close to your mouth hole. I'd tell you more, but the secret to how tables are built is carefully guarded at the main tables research facility
idea.
The point,
southeast
Dave,
of
is
Albuquerque,
that my
Mexico.
tea is merch, yours
It's
not.
here that the geniuses at Tables had their amazing breakthrough a little over 70 years ago. After decades of testing and refining this miracle product, they're ready to share this incredible advancement with the world. Supporters of this channel will get to enjoy even more Table at absolutely no extra cost. Just use the promo code TOAST2TOAST, that's TOAST, the number 2, TAOST, when ordering your table to receive a smaller table that is not really at a practical height, and you can place it in your living room and put coffee on it. They're also excellent for holding pretentious books you don't really plan to read but want to show off to company. So don't wait. Hurry up and order your table today. Tables.
Well, cheers to our new sponsor, Tables.
Cheers, Tables.
That sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't want to anger the sponsors by bringing up a competitor. Let me just. So are they so? You're aware of generally. I have a Surface here, but it's not a table. Yeah. Are they a competitor, or is that part of?
You're talking about your desk?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're both owned by the same parent company.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense.
I believe IKEA. So
right, that's more of a white label situation then.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't want to air a lot of dirty.
No, you don't want to. Never mind. So
it's kind of like, yeah.
Tables. Cheers to Tables. Appreciate you,
Tables.
And thank you to the super chat that was. Did you hear a super chat go over you?
I did. Timmy Hartman is pointing out that my tea is not official, merch, nor, look, I got my style here. I'm going to go. I'm willing to flog Paulogia merch, but
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Toast to Toast, bringing things closer to your mouth hole since 2023.
You know it.
All right, everyone. So obviously we're experimenting with something different with the super chats today. And I can hear them now, so that's a bonus.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
So let us know with super chats whether you like this or not, and whether it's a thing that we should keep doing. But we're stuck with it for today. So,
I know if I was watching a stream and found out that anything I super chatted is read out loud online with no filter or hesitation, I would be abusing the fuck out of that.
Well, we'll see how this goes. All right. We have the best audience, Dave. The Toast to Toast audience are class from top to bottom.
Especially bottom.
All right.
I don't even know what
So
that means, but it kind of
no,
sounds vaguely dirty somehow.
it sounded dirty. That's right. All right. So here on Toast to Toast, this is the show where we celebrate Coast to Coast AM,
Mm-hmm.
the show previously.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Yeah.
All right. And
Thank you, Joe.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Make it stop.
this is great. All right.
Yeah. It's gonna go really well. It's gonna go really well. I like
All
it.
right.
This is good.
I like it.
We're having fun.
And we're having fun. So as you may have seen, there was an alien pop up on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In fact, that was Paul from the movie Paul,
Yeah.
which is having now rewatched it this week. It is probably the best skeptic movie out there for in a long time. It's really one of the major themes about it is skepticism. And
Too bad it's just not a good movie in so many
no, it's
ways.
not a good movie. The younger
Yeah.
it's fun-ish. There's a young Earth creationist in it, played by Kristen Wiig. Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's fun. Anyway, today's
watch
episode of
Shaun of the
Coast to
Dead.
Coast AM that we are going to be covering today, Dave.
Yeah.
The title of the segment that we're doing is called Alien in the Freezer.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
I send a blank one by mistake. I blame the Nephilim. Because it's always the Nephilim.
It is.
It's true. See,
Thank
isn't it
you,
nice
voice.
to have
Yeah.
a voice that isn't ours? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So, Alien in the Freezer is what we're going to be listening to today, and some lists rank it near the top of the best episodes of Coast to Coast of all time.
It's one of the classics.
So, I know next to nothing about what happens in the episode, so I'm excited to hear about the alien in the freezer. But do you think that we should do trivia? The first trivia question before
Yeah,
we start,
let's
or
maybe
get into
do
it?
our first trivia because we actually got. I don't know if you noticed, I did one extra question tonight.
You
We
did,
got
one
8 to
extra.
normal 7. Yeah.
So, while we're counting down here, Dave, why don't you
Yeah.
let people know how to
Let people know
to
how
play
the game is played.
Sure.
Oh wait, should the countdown be? Oh, there it goes. So it's a multiple choice questions. The question is going to come up, and there's 4 answers, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. You just have to type the number and just the number into chat for your answer. No hashtags, no nothing. Just put the number in, and the game will keep track. It'll keep track as the night goes on and keep score. And whoever wins gets a prize. We'll talk about the prize more after. Now, the important thing is the tiebreaker is how quickly you answer the question. So you do want to try to answer the question fast.
Indeed.
My internet, my voice sounding bad?
No, you're great.
Okay.
Now we have to
gonna
riff
get
for
another-
20 seconds. No,
Agent
that's all
Mulder
good.
was my
Oh,
idea.
someone's
I'll
filling time
now,
for us.
alien.
Anyways, so Paul, you
I'm excited about alien trivia.
did you read the questions beforehand?
I actually tried not to. So
Okay, then you
Yeah.
can play along. In Marvel comics and movies, these shape-shifting aliens are always up to no good on Earth, frequently trying to infiltrate our society. 1, the Spartoi. 2, the Skrull. 3, the Parademons. 4, the Kree.
this one I think I got. We're starting. Are we starting on easy level and getting harder as we go?
We're maybe it's kind of goes around, but yes, this is
All
this
right.
is on the want to ease people in, you know.
Well, and no disparagement to those who don't.
Which
don't
yeah,
get it
by
right.
the way, now you're just throwing shade at anybody who doesn't get the
That's
right
right.
answer. Good job, Paul. This is
3,
why
2.
everyone loves this show and nobody watches your
That's-
other shows
That's true.
because you're mean and I'm your mom. Best answer. I wish I could give bonus points.
All right, it's deciphering.
I saw some people actually wrote the answer. So again, don't actually write the answer, just the number that it is. But yes, the answer is number 2, the Skrull.
All right.
Ta-da!
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, pausing the game. So what we will do is every 15 minutes or so,
Mm-hmm.
we will have a new trivia question, and there will be accumulated score for the evening. So if you missed that one, no worries. You got 7 more to catch up.
Absolutely.
This is more of a game of endurance, frankly.
Yes.
Than
Yeah, we're seeing who can put up with our bullshit for
that's right. That's right.
an extended periods of time. Anyways, I got a hankering to hear some art. Paul,
Okay.
let's light this candle.
And so we're going to be retreading a story that a lot of you have not heard. We have a gigantic new audience out there who's never heard the alien in the freezer story or the alien in the burrito story, or people call it a lot of things. This is one of the most hotly debated, controversial alien contact stories the world has ever seen. A lot of people say it's a fake, it's a fraud. A lot of people say...
Some people.
I have a general policy, Dave, that I try not to overhype my stories before I tell them.
Well,
So Art must be very confident. Well, or he doesn't apply, or he just does this every night. But that's fine. I know.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Reggie Didge, True Blue, Bonsamate, Good Onion Mate.
it tried its best with good on you, mates. God bless you.
Good on your
Voice
mate, everybody.
Good on you, mate. That's going to be my new. Good on you, mate.
It's the most magnificent example of contact that we've ever had, with the clearest, best photographs of an alien that have ever been taken by anybody.
We have the clearest, best photographs ever on radio.
See, I don't remember this episode, but I know the story. I've read it. Like, I know what he's talking about. And go. And it's one of the reasons that a lot of people don't. I don't know. I don't want to get into. I'll let Art explain it. He's going to go. But yes, there are very clear pictures.
That's right. Also, I'm inferring from context that he has previously told the story.
Yes, this is if you are into UFO stuff,
Right.
This is an incredibly well-known story.
But it's my understanding that the person with the alien in the freezer is on tonight, as opposed to just hearing the story.
That's my understanding. Yeah, exactly. It's something that's been discussed, but he's never talked to this person before.
Right. This is a Mel's Hole situation in some ways.
In some ways, yeah.
In terms of the episode. Now I'm bracing every time I see a super chat coming. Here we go.
Yeah.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
I'm sure I will be super gluing my lips together soon.
I kind of hope not.
One of the reasons that a lot of people, I think, don't buy this story. The photographs, the evidence is just too damn good. I've got 2 people, Dr. Jonathan Reed, who experienced all of this.
People are just jealous of this story, Dave. They're envious.
Yeah.
It's too real.
On the line, and Robert Raith, who very early on began to get involved with Dr. Jonathan Reed. And all we're going to have time for, I think, before the bottom of the hour break, since this has been such a crazy night, guys, is time to introduce ourselves. Dr. Jonathan Reed, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us on.
You're very welcome. And you're at an undisclosed location, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you fear for your life.
Yes, every day.
So the person with the alien in their freezer, happens to have a PhD in something?
I believe psychology.
Okay, convenient.
Hey.
What kind of doctor are you, doctor?
Developmental psychology. We did research with children.
Research with children, developmental psychology, huh? And you did that for how long and where?
Did that.
Which is where I learned to put little bodies in the freezer.
And not to put too fine a point about it, he is in hiding with the location unknown.
That's right, he's in hiding.
Because his life is in danger because of the incredible alien facts he knows.
At the University of Washington, and from about 1983 to 1996.
Doctor, how do you spell your first name? Is it Jonathan?
Correct.
All right. I was sent something pretty...
Are we supposed to be spelling? This is for when we're keeping notes about the show?
Well, it's, he explains it.
All right.
Interesting by somebody up in Seattle who said that proof that Jonathan Reed attended the University of Washington as a member of the staff or faculty on 8/21/1996. However, the Jonathan Reed that indeed was at Washington is spelled Jonathan.
Well, there's a lot of different spellings of that, and I've had it spelled both ways.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
So then when somebody goes to this web address and checks the University of Washington for Jonathan Reed with an O at the end, is that you?
Well, if it's the one I think it is.
Mulder was my idea.
La nueva tecnología funciona con español.
Not so great.
It's probably better than I would do.
Well, yeah.
Or no worse. No worse?
Probably worse. Yeah.
It should be.
It says that you were there as of 8/21/96. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Keith, pull the trigger on that. And so you've used you spelled your name both ways, Doctor.
Well, I'm saying that people
have
spell
spelled
names in many different ways.
All right. So you believe that to be yourself up there?
As far as I can tell, I don't have a computer in front of me.
All right. Keith knows the web address.
This was 2002 for the record.
In his defense, I have literally seen that in many large organizations, people's names spelt wrong on.
Right. I'm just saying this
Various
because we have mostly been, up to this point, we've mostly done episodes from the 90s.
Oh yeah, no. I wasn't related. Just with it, or it's kind of
yeah.
like, hey, your name's spelled wrong. It's like I've definitely seen that before.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, name spelled wrong. But
Oh Jesus, Shannon.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
_ I just want to see what happens. Also, _ whacked.
I like how all of that just that's underscore.
underscore.
That sounds like text to speech. Just is like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you.
I wonder.
Underscore.
I want to know if one of the members out there, how does it deal with the black hole emoji?
Somebody did it already.
Oh, did someone do that?
Oh no,
Okay.
they did the black square, not the black hole emoji.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Sorry.
The black square emoji. So we did that
Yeah,
already.
it read it 3 times. It was like, well, I can't remember what it was done. Yeah.
Oh, that must have been probably while I couldn't hear it.
Oh, maybe that was the one you missed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're right to feel cheated, Shannon. You were bamboozled.
People can check it out for themselves. Doctor, are you?
I remember my point. The point is the internet exists in this one, which is, it did.
Yes.
It was like barely a thing when it was barely a thing before in some of the previous episodes. So now we're
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Super chat to amuse Shannon _ whacked : whacked.
now I get it.
Practicing.
Yes.
The beautiful part about this is that the main issue we have with the show is that we get through too much content. And that there's too long listening.
That is the complaint everyone has.
Yeah.
Is
Everybody
it too-
has that same complaint.
Too
They're always like,
efficient.
yeah.
Almost too efficient. It was just
Yeah.
yeah. We
They're
need
like,
to slow everything
I get so tired of just listening to Art Bell and following a cogent conversation thread. If there was a way you could break it up more with just random
Right.
bullshit. that would
How
be
can
fantastic.
we let the audience grind this to a halt?
Yeah, because we don't do a bad enough job.
That's right. All right.
Now
No.
you're not.
No, I've been on the move ever since this happened.
You're.
Oh
I
man, poor
literally
guy.
dropped out of a normal life into literally living underground, living in my car.
Yeah, actually, for a while you were living.
How do you fit a freezer in your car?
I'm
I have many questions.
pretty sure the alien's not still in the freezer.
Oh, okay. Well, this is news to me.
They ate it long ago.
In your car.
You don't really, because who wants freezer burned alien? That's
Exactly.
Aren't you?
It's not
For almost a
forever.
year.
Assaulted,
6 months
attempted murder, all
Yeah.
kinds of things.
And it has continued.
Mm-hmm. And let's talk for a second. Robert Raith, are you there?
Yes, I am, Art. How are you?
Good. How did you become involved with Dr. Jonathan Reed, and why? Very quickly.
Well, I received the phone call some time ago, and the individual on the phone sounded very sincere, even though it was an incredible story. So I agreed to meet with this gentleman, who turned out to be Jonathan, at a public place, at a restaurant. and he began to tell me his story. After seeing the evidence and everything else firsthand for myself, I realized this was absolutely true. And being such, one of the most remarkably important events in the history of humankind. So I had to be a part of it, no matter what the risk.
I'm curious, what did he show you? Did he show you the photographs? I mean, the story by itself is one thing, but the photographs, of course, underline and give the story credibility. Is that what, when he sat at that restaurant with you, did he show you the photographs?
So there's two individuals that are on the phone with Art right now.
Yes.
There's Dr. Jonathan.
Yep.
And who? Do we know who the second person
He said Richard something. I mean, Art introduced him.
Yeah.
Richard something, I think it was.
I'm going in particular. Normally, I've looked over the episode a little bit closer than today. Today, I was letting myself be spoiled. So off we go.
Yeah, okay.
Showed me the photographs. I later saw the videos and some other things we won't go into right now.
Oh, there are other things?
Yes.
Oh, all right. At any rate, there you sat in the restaurant, and he virtually proved to your satisfaction that his story was true. And you said, what? Let me represent you, doctor, or help you, or what?
No, it was a long process, as I said. It took some time for me to agree to be a part of this because there was tremendous risks involved on many levels.
There still are tremendous risks involved, right?
That is absolutely correct.
But ultimately, you did agree to help him.
Ultimately, I did, yes, because I'm a person that wants to help out humanity any way I can.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hold on. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right.
Well, that feels like
the bottom of the hour. That worked out nicely.
That feels like, yeah, a perfect place to do trivia. Oh, I hit the wrong button there. All right, now we need to resume the game.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to let this tick. See, it's been too long since we did the trivia. I didn't have this prep to tick down.
Okay. You got a lot on your mind.
Is it clear that we have no producer on this show? I hope that's that's clear.
I think that's
everyone.
part of our charm. That's not a bug, Paul. That's a feature.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Dave, who is the question writer,
Yes.
on all of these are all alien themed. Did we mention that?
We got an alien theme tonight, by the way. Yes, alien theme tonight. In case you didn't get, so we're following pop culture alien themed. Or yeah, yep.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Written in this is not pop culture. Written in 200 AD by Lucian of Samosata, this fictional story is the earliest known mention of travel to other worlds and the strange life that could be found there. Chinese characters, the Tai Kong Gai Shu Tuzu, I'm not even going to try. An Arabic Harb Alawiyalim. I'm embarrassing myself.
We should let the AI read this.
Historia. I can read the Latin one.
I was actually surprised that the trivia thing was able to handle all these characters. That was good news.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So I was guessing it's number 4. We'll see if I'm right.
Seems most people share your thoughts.
Oh, and it was.
It was 4. It's a story about a guy who travels in the world, and there's 3-headed birds and creatures with grass wings and multiple. It's yeah.
See? This is a show where you learn things. Or at least the audience could potentially learn something.
Could potentially learn something.
I learn something from the chat every show, so that's helpful.
That is the most obscure question site. We went into the hard from easy to hard.
Easy to
people
hard.
did
No
pretty
worries.
well on that one.
Pretty good. All right. Well, let's get back to what Art has to say. Bottom of the hour for him.
No one will ever pick it up, but all of those other things, like I went and translated the names of they all were like Journey to Another World or Distant stuff, something like if you actually knew it could be potentially something that I don't know why.
So it's a disadvantage. So you worked in disadvantages for people who are multilingual.
Yeah, so if you actually speak Aramaic,
right,
it was,
then you fooled them.
And I would.
But if you're just if you're just a dumb guy who's like, well, that's all the only one I can read is number
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Vishani. I'm sure it does. It's not, in my defense, it's not my Arabic. It's Google translates.
All right.
Back now to my current guests, Dr. Jonathan Reed and Robert Raith. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you,
Robert.
Thank you, Art.
All right. We've got a gazillion new affiliates out there, a lot of new listeners, a lot of people that have never heard this story. So rewind your life, Dr. Reed,
All right.
if you would, please. And you were a practicing clinical psychologist for
Correct.
children.
Correct.
And I guess you were out on a weekend hike or
Mulder was
vacation or
my
what?
idea.
And where?
I learned something today.
I'm glad, Rufus.
Yeah.
I assume it was before you arrived, so you could let us know in the chat what it was. That'd be
And I
great.
feel like you're maybe going to learn something else.
I was on a day hike, middle of the day, and with my dog, Susie, golden retriever. This happened October 15th, 1996, and we had gone for day hikes many times before, and this was in Washington State.
What was that? What day of the week was that? October 15th of 96?
Yes,
What day of the week was it?
I believe it was a Tuesday.
A Tuesday. All right. So you had
I was 4 years.
Art couldn't follow the story when he thought it was a Thursday.
No,
No, Tuesday.
No.
Gotcha.
Tuesday. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, now.
This is, or maybe this is like the police interrogations, where you're just asking random questions so that you can trip them up later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where you found the knife? I didn't say knife. Oh, no, you didn't. Sorry. Yeah. I should have been a cop. And I nailed him.
You were related to police officers, so you could have been.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot has happened since.
Yeah, it sure has. All right, so you were out on a day hike. You had your golden retriever with you. I love those. They're great dogs.
Right. We drove to the mountains, the Cascade Mountains, about 60 miles east of Seattle, about 15 miles northeast of Snoqualmie Pass, to give you an idea where this is. It's a pristine, mountainous area full of lots of trails and hiking areas and good places for dogs to run. And so I parked my Jeep. We got out and we started walking. And this was an October day, a little bit overcast when we started, but a beautiful day. We have lots of evergreens and just a pristine area.
How high up is it? Do you know?
This is up along the tree line. We're talking about 5,000 feet.
Okay.
And like I say, it's not far from Snoqualmie Pass. But we had been walking by streams and rocks and lots of wildlife for about an hour and a half when all of a sudden my dog took off like a streak. And this wasn't unusual because dogs do that sort of thing. You know, they're either chasing raccoons or squirrels or deer, and which earlier in the day we had seen a deer. So I wasn't immediately, upset over this. And Susie was very well trained and obedient. She would come to me, when I would call her, so I wasn't too upset. But she took off and was out of sight quite a ways, probably 150 yards ahead over some different paths, with some foliage in between me and her. And,
Sure. So you couldn't see her?
I couldn't see her, and she started barking, and again, I wasn't too worried. I figured something was out there. And I called a couple times, and she didn't come back, but all of a sudden the barking changed. The tone of her barking changed from being just, eager to find whatever she was after to almost like she was being treed or mauled herself. And I ran up a little bit farther down the path toward her.
Kind of like a frantic, you can tell when an animal's, the whole tone of the bark changes to sort of a flight for life kind of bark.
Right, and a real yelp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, what the interview we're listening to took place in 2002, did he just say? But the story was in 1996. Yeah.
Just
Yep.
a bark.
I know what you're talking about.
And so
Oh,
I ran
People
up.
are saying they can't hear you, Paul. I can hear you. You muted in like the main.
So apparently my mute.
One can hear you.
Yeah. Apparently my mute button is no longer operative. So there we go.
Oh,
Yep.
that's weird. Usually I can't hear you when you're muted. Who knows what's going on?
Who knows
here?
it's aliens.
Yes.
Aliens have
So
found
to
us.
reiterate, if we didn't catch it, this interview was recorded in 2002. The story that he's telling happened in 1996. The trees were pristine, and he mentioned that many times. And here we go. The dog
right.
chases deers.
And that's right. And yeah, he's a dog whisperer. He knows when his dog is just barking and when his dog is like really barking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Closer to where she was, and still I couldn't see her. And I thought she might be engaged with a bear or a cat. We have some wildcats in the area. And so I dropped my pack and I grabbed the branch that was laying next to the path, a little bit larger than a baseball bat. And I thought maybe if I could find her, I could fend her off with this or something. And so I proceeded to run up to the edge of this rise and ran over the top of the rise. And as soon as I got over the rise, I saw my dog engaged with this creature. And
Engaged in.
Yeah, he
Engaged
keeps
in
using
what?
that word engaged.
It sounds like his dog was humping an alien, or vice
Kinda.
versa.
Or a bear or a wildcat. All of which are
I like. No, he didn't even say wildcat, did he? I just heard it's either a bear or a cat. Both of these seem fine.
cat, I guess, yeah.
Either way.
Either way, your dog's probably going to die. You should probably do
I lived
something
in
about
Alberta,
that.
and yeah, cats are considerably less
This is my
concern.
I'm getting back to my root spear.
Oh, okay.
When you first saw the creature, Doctor, how did it register in your mind? Because this obviously is an alien being, and how did it register? Did it register as, oh my God, it's an alien, or did you immediately think animal?
Because this obviously.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Oddly, my dog is now barking.
Ooh, that's aliens. I can't think of anything that it can be other than aliens.
One of my friends is suggesting we should take a drink whenever he says engaged.
Well, I got nowhere to be tomorrow. Actually, that's not true. I do, but
so do I. I got to go to work tomorrow. But here we are.
Well, first of all, prior to this happening, I was not a believer. I was not involved in anything to do with this kind of study.
My dog was engaged. Now I'm a believer.
So for those who watch my channel normally, he's like the Lee Strobel or the J. Warner Wallace. He was the alien atheist who now, due to the overwhelming evidence placed before him, is a believer.
It's C.S. Lewis. That's a reference I would have gotten. Not the whatever person you just made up.
I wish, Dave. I wish I'd made those people up.
I should have been a politician. I could have debated it.
Now I'm just.
By the way, thank you, Melody Kate, for your super chat.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Could be the queen.
Could be the queen.
Didn't even like science fiction, to be honest.
Oh.
And so Alien was about as far from my mind as could be.
So then how did your brain register?
My brain saw this shape, and when I came over the rise and stood within about 15 feet from this thing, I saw what looked like a vibrating body, approximately 4 to 4.5 feet tall. It had a head. It had arms and legs. It was dark in color, the body, and it was vibrating, massively vibrating, like a paint shaker would vibrate a can of paint. So
Really?
I'm-
Okay.
See, I listened to the very start of this, which I don't
Mhm.
normally do. But as well as I was doing, I worked on the audio a little bit for this
Yep.
to make it sound a little better. But this part I sure didn't. I'm invested in this story now.
Yeah. So, but I was curious as to, this is not for me familiar part of alien lore that they would be shaking like a paint shaker. Okay. I hope we find out what that's about.
Yeah.
And also, is this because he was engaged with the dog?
To a blur then.
All I could see was this blur of this outline
Yep.
and the blur of my dog holding.
Oh, because it makes it blurry.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Vibrating body. Massively vibrating.
Don't Google that, unless you want it. If you're at work, maybe don't Google that at work. It's sort of like the theory that Bigfoot is just naturally blurry. That's why no one
Right.
has a clear photo of him.
It has a
Except that spoiler alert, we know he gave it up that he took very clear photos of this thing. So
yes, too clear, suspiciously clear.
What looks like its left arm. But when I took a moment, and this all happened with 15 to 20 seconds in total time,
I hear you.
I yelled for my dog to let go because I assumed my dog had this thing
Agent
by the
Mulder
arm and
was
it was
my
childlike.
idea.
Alien go burr.
alien go brrr.
Yeah.
Yes, my dog would absolutely destroy an alien.
I mean,
Oh, and
Yeah.
actually, it would depend on how humanoid it was, I guess.
I've seen The Thing. That dog didn't fare too well.
No, but what he described was like a 4-foot tall, skinny alien, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although they may, evolution always grants for every disadvantage. There has to be a survival advantage for the thing to have continued on. So maybe this vibrating is self-defense.
Could be. Also, this beer is really good.
Mm.
Also, hello to my friend Brittany. Congratulations on your last day. She's moving. She just there's last day. She's moving to a new
was
job.
my idea.
Not last
My
day.
blue
on
gin
Earth.
turned purple as I added tonic. I suspect Hellions.
Probably those Italians.
I suspect Italians.
I suspect Italians too. Voice to text.
Damn Italians.
Italians.
But
Only two things in this world I can't stand.
But thank you for the thank you for the super chat, Ferdinand.
Thank you. His very first super chat.
Ooh.
inside, and I didn't.
So you brought,
know
oh my God, I've got to get my dog off this child.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And the canopy of this area was.
As a child psychologist, that would be a bad look if your dog killed the child.
Well, developmental psychologist.
Oh.
I don't know. Is that a child psychologist? I don't
Yes.
know what that. Okay.
Yeah. He specified a few times that his patients are children, so.
I try to be
very
patient with
dense
children too.
and dark within the trees where this was happening. So, and with the vibration, I could not clearly see what this was. But then all of a sudden, I could see the appendage, which I took to be the arm of this thing, tearing the head off of my dog, ripping her head right in half, blood dripping everywhere, and her literally starting to come apart at the seams.
What do you mean come apart at the seams?
I mean her body being ripped at the jaw.
Okay, so the alien was fine.
Yeah. This is a terrible time to pause. What are you doing? He's talking about his dog getting
Head
ripped in half.
torn back from her body, exposing all of her insides and blood dripping everywhere. I yelled at this thing and just out of sheer desperation jumped forward and took this branch and hit it as hard as I could.
So your brain then did a.
Well, two things. One,
Yep.
it's time for trivia.
Okay.
Two, is this keeping our streak alive of strats that we can't possibly monetize because of the subject matter that we talk about. We've had,
Well,
self-harm be a thing.
is this a good
Your
time
lengthy
to announce
rant
that
about Kevin Spacey, which we can't possibly, air that clip anymore. Really got out of hand.
is this a good time to announce that we are now officially on the brand new YouTube podcasts? You can now listen to Toast to Toast AM
Let's say that, yeah.
with Dave and Paul. If you go to your new
Yeah.
podcast section,
You can listen to
on,
people talk about dogs being ripped in half while you drive to work.
or say you're cleaning your house or studying for an exam. It's convenient.
Yeah, exactly. Dog massacres to study to. Yeah.
All right. Well, this took a turn for the dark I was not expecting.
Real aliens
All right.
aren't funny, Paul.
No, that's true. They're no laughing matter. I've seen most of the Alien movies.
Mm-hmm. Not going to say that might give you an edge in one of the questions later on, but it might give you an edge
good
in one of the
ones,
questions
and then the
later
rest
on.
of them.
I don't remember John Wick ever cutting somebody in half. Hey, xenomorphs, the iconic monsters of the Alien movie franchise, are actually biological weapons created by the same species that originated all life on Earth. What do humans call this ancient species? Progenitors, gooticians, engineers, or architects?
This one I know.
Yeah, we all know it's gooticians.
Mm-hmm. I am Goot-ishin.
It's good, yeah.
It's good, yeah. It's Goot-ishin, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, time's up. Let's accumulate the. No, I don't know how this actually. Time may not be up. We're deciphering.
Deciphering. I feel like you should know this, Paul. You
I was a big
you
fan.
like
The engineers.
Your Prometheus. The engineers is the correct answer. Yeah, for everybody. Yeah. Most people. Sorry, everybody who got it wrong. That is something, Shannon. I've had other people I know in real world who watch this complain that because the show can be like some people are on different delays and going, and sometimes it's like by the time they see the question, the timer's almost done, or it's all like it. I don't know if there's a better way to do it or what.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
A bit late due to an appointment with my gootician, but I am here now.
Well played,
That's
Ronan.
good, Ronan. Yeah.
Well played. Well played, AI, for pronouncing Goot-ishin in a way that made.
You can do gootician, but you can't do what was the one that screwed up in the last?
Instead of aliens, it called them Talians or whatever.
Aliens, yeah, suspect aliens. What? All right, but gootician, no problem.
No, we don't know. All right, so we've had 3 trivia questions now.
Yes.
5 more to go though, so don't be discouraged if you're.
Don't be discouraged.
Time to catch up.
So I want to hear. I'm pretty sure this dog's going to be fine.
Is the dog also in the
Agent
freezer?
Mulder was my idea.
How many
Yeah, that's
co-hosts
getting a
have you
little-
drawn alternate reality evil cartoon versions of?
That's a good question.
So I have never actually. I only have one co-host on this show.
Yes.
I have drawn cartoons of myself, but not of.
I mean,
Dave.
you have drawn cartoons of me before.
Have I?
You've never put just for
Mm.
like shits and giggles, right?
I see.
Like I have seen you,
Yeah.
just doodle when we're like.
Because I'm a mean person who has time on his hands sometimes. So
I've never seen that.
at least that's my first lie of the evening.
Yeah.
Never had time on my hands.
Joe Hill's making it rain with memberships tonight.
Woo! Thank you, Joe. All right, let's find out how the dog is.
Flip from, my God, my dog's attacking a child or a childlike form to, oh my God, whatever this is, it's killing my dog.
Right, and I'm next.
One of the things that happened too, Art, that's important to say here,
Yes, Robert.
is when the atmosphere of the area around Jonathan became resistant, it was hard for him to move for a time. The other thing was
The atmosphere became resistant. So some kind of not a force field. He said it was hard to move.
Hard to
So
move, like the air became
So it
thick.
got, like,
It
thick?
sounds like he's saying, or resistant.
So the air became gelatinous all of a sudden? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah,
A
absolutely.
small hole opened up on Susie.
Susie literally started to implode into herself as if a hole opened up beneath her head, in her neck.
Does this connect to Mel's hole?
It doesn't.
No.
I don't want to put my very good friend Paul on blast, but I'm about to put my friend Paul on blast. He's the only person I have seen write out like day planners for his free time, where he's like, well, I don't have anything going on for these 3 days, so I got to plan all this stuff so I know that I'm accomplishing things. It's like, I feel like we need some kind of, there has to be a course to help teach somebody.
I literally had a day a couple days ago, and that was where, I had to make my notes.
The last time I wrote a to-do list, item 1 was write to-do list. Item 2 was wash sheets. So I was able to check the first thing off right away. My list was half done. The other half didn't get done that day.
Also, I do not go for the people who add things to the list after they've done it, just so they can. Those people, you're bullshit. That's nothing.
It's not. That's just, you're just playing tennis without a net. At that point.
That's right.
Might look impressive, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she
Anyways.
started to
Off to the.
Enough
literally
publicly
creep
embarrassing.
and fold into this hole.
What do you mean publicly? I am right. Why is everyone laughing? I am right.
Yeah.
With her body dissolving in front of me.
God. So, yes, I suppose at this point, you wanted to save your dog or get revenge for your dog's death. It was all happening at once, and this is just seconds. So you picked up what?
Well, I had picked up, before going over the rise, this branch, this makeshift bat. And
So it's a pretty thick one.
yeah, it's a little bit longer than a baseball bat.
All right.
And I wielded this thing as hard as I could and hit this creature in the head, splitting its skull open about 1.5 to 1 inches on the left side.
I assume at this point it began to not vibrate so much.
Well, it fell back and fell about 4 feet from where it was standing. I almost
so you
missed it.
This is not dissimilar to the people who just came across a Bigfoot. Big feets. And just open fire. Although the big feets weren't threatening
It is
anyone.
dissimilar.
I guess this thing
ripped his dog in half.
But also, I'm assuming if he was able to swing a stick hard enough to crack his head open 1.5 inches, that the air is no longer gelatinous.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird detail by the guest.
You whacked it 4 feet away.
Yeah, but I almost missed it.
By this time your dog is gone.
My dog had fell to the ground, like I said, dissolving into what sounds like an unbelievable sight of a hole. And now the only thing left in the ground was a white ash.
Okay, so at the point you smacked the alien, your dog was nothing but ash.
That's right.
You hit the alien, it fell back 4 feet. You I guess, fractured its skull?
Yes. As far as I was concerned, I killed it.
You looked
and
down
I
and
screamed at the same time that it did.
Was its skull open?
Yes, there was an opening a breach in the skull, and there was skin and bone and intracranial material exposed.
If any of you doubt any of this, we've got photographs to back it all up on the website right now. Go to my website, and when you get there, simply go to program, I think, and then you go
Agent
to...
Mulder was my idea.
Hey Siri, search
Should
the
we
web for
try
vibrating
to find
big
some of
feet.
these
You
photos
absolutely
and show a link or
we
something?
absolutely should try and find.
I'll be your Jamie tonight.
Well,
Jamie,
here
find photos of this alien.
Well, no, but if
Here.
Tonight's guest, you go to Dr. Jonathan Reed, you go to read photos of alien and artifacts, so you can follow us along here. When you click on them, they get larger. The first one you're probably going to want to click on is what's called the Obelisk, and we'll get to that in a moment. But here's this thing lying on the ground.
Right, Art, I'd like to just add in here.
Yes.
None of this was a conscious act. I mean, like I said, this all happened within 15 to 20 seconds. And if you count that down, that's a very short amount of time. And I only reacted. It was just a total unconscious reaction.
Yeah, when you tell it over the period of 30 minutes, it almost sounds like, well, you know, you could have debated the thing and said, gee, this might be an alien creature important to Earth and important to humanity, and I shouldn't hit it. But that isn't the way it came down. It came down in seconds.
It might not have been a conscious effort, too, also on the extraterrestrial, Freddy, because it's believed now that it was actually the suit Freddy was wearing.
All right. So are these the pictures?
The ones that are yellow are the actual pictures. These other things are just, I don't know what these are.
The ones that are yellow.
Like that sort of yellow background too. I'm putting my mouse over them on the screen as if you can see what I'm.
This one?
Yeah. That's the actual.
This is the alien in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that one. Interesting. Okay. All right. Carry on.
Formed the pseudopod that attacked Susie.
Well, that's
Actually, an extension of the suit that he was wearing, which is a black, skin-tight suit that extended itself out over its arm and onto the head of Susie, ripping it back. So almost like another arm. It was a terrible sight.
All right. So now you're standing there with this baseball bat-sized stick in your hand, an alien creature lying on the ground, its skull split open, bleeding. What color?
Red.
Red.
Cherry dark red.
Like
same
our
color as ours. But let me explain. The second I hit this
Good one,
thing,
Jerome.
and it
What's that thing?
There's a Jerome in the chat. He took 9 Polaroids of the alien, gave 2 friends 3 photos each.
That's
alien.
right.
Yeah.
Save this for
Yeah.
fell to the ground, so did I, with a crippling sickness that overtook me just like a freight train. I was so sick instantly that I had terrible nausea. I was throwing up for what seemed like an eternity. I had diarrhea. I could not stand. I could not even move for probably 30 minutes without just crawling maybe 2 or 3 feet in a circle. I could not get up.
All right, that's shock. You were in shock.
That's a good analysis.
I don't know what else it would be. You were in shock.
Well, it kept going for almost 3 days.
All right, so the initial shock wears off to the point where you can sit up again, I guess, right?
Yes, about.
Joe Hill makes a good point. I'm trying to figure out what the narrative reason for the dog to disappear is. Like, sometimes when you hear a detail in the story, it's like, oh, that seems convenient, so there'll be no evidence.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, if you...
Janty is right. Those do look like the aliens from Fire in the Sky, which...
Ooh.
First time I saw that movie, it scared the hell out of me. I didn't like it.
I saw that movie, yeah.
That alien induction scene is
Oh, it is intense.
genuinely terrifying.
Yeah.
An hour after I had been there, I
Yes,
tried
sure,
to
I've
crawl
seen Fire in
around.
the
I knew
Sky,
I had
yeah.
some water in my pack, and I was trying to get up, and then I would fall back down. And I figured if I needed to get out of here eventually, I needed to get some water. So I thought about getting to my pack. Like I said, I would get up, I'd fall down, and then all of a sudden I heard a sound coming from somewhere down the path. And I thought, all right, it's another hiker, it's another camper.
Thank God.
You know, thank God. And I needed help big time because this was, I felt like I was going to die. I mean, I felt like
kind of
this
old diarrhea.
was it.
But
Hey,
last-
it's time for the trivia question.
the last yeah, so whenever we have bodily fluids come up in the story, that is when it's time for trivia.
Yep.
All right.
All right. This is the Stein round where we do trivia
Ben.
while I take a drink from my Stein.
Ben Stein?
Win Ben Stein's money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My audience knows
11,
Ben Stein
10.
from that documentary he made where everyone who doesn't believe in evolution immediately gets fired from whatever job they're in.
Oh,
Go.
what animated television series has an intergalactic reality show called Earth, in which life forms from millions of worlds across the universe have been placed on our planet to watch them fight? South Park, Solar Opposites, Futurama, or American Dad? Answer now. Operator standing
I
by.
watch only one of those shows.
Is it
and
American Dad? Big American Dad fan?
no. So I'm guessing it's one of the, I don't recall that from the show that I watched, so I'm guessing it's one of the other ones. Boop. I don't even know what Solar Opposites is. I feel embarrassed.
That is Justin Roiland's other show about aliens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah. I have never watched
Widespread of answers. Oh,
Widespread
South
of
Park
answers.
is
No
the
one-
winners.
South Park is the winner.
No one guessed American Dad.
Nope. No.
All right. Well, congratulations, everyone who's been getting the answers right so far.
Absolutely.
Hold on. I think I can. Do you guys see the leaderboard? Oh, yeah.
I can see the board. Yep. we got
Okay,
the top
so
player
right
and
now
the
we have.
sheeple.
That's right. So we have Dapper Dino, in the lead, Less Than Lucid, and Mark Fernkoff. All right,
But there's a number of other people with 4.
That's right. So
Correct.
Plenty of
and
three
lots
others.
of people with 3s, and I mean, they're still we're only
This is
halfway
just
done.
the halfway mark. Yeah, that's right.
We're
So
only
we
halfway
got lots of time to catch up.
Shannon, I believe in you. You're going to pull this one out.
And this sound, I thought, well, it's a kind of a harmonic sound. I first thought, well, somebody's got their radio on or something, but it was a low ebb harmonic. And I kind of, walked a few feet up the path and couldn't see anything. And then I got this really strange feeling like this wasn't right. Everything in this site wasn't right. Ever since I had hit this thing, there was no sound of any animals. There was no sound of any wind. Nothing was the way it should have been.
The entire atmosphere was wrong.
The ground felt spongy, like wet cement. The air felt dense and thick and totally wrong from what it should have been. So I kind of ran back to where I had originally lost my dog. And in doing so, I looked.
Lost his dog is a nice way to put it. My dog got his head ripped off, and then I was concerned about it, but he disappeared.
Yeah, it was ripped in half.
Mm-hmm.
Through some trees, through a grove of trees, and saw what looked like almost a mirage, where the trees bend a little bit in the light.
Yes.
But this was not, it shouldn't have been happening. There was not enough light in this area to create that because of this deep, heavy canopy, tree canopy. Mm-hmm. And it didn't make sense, but the sound seemed to be coming from over there. So I ran over to that area, and that's when I saw the obelisk, this black floating obelisk.
We've got photographs, very doggone good photographs. I scanned them myself, folks, of the obelisk. I scanned the photographs that they sent, and I scanned a negative they sent as well. The obelisk is, I don't know how you describe this.
It's a black, diamond-shaped, six-sided object.
Almost diamond-shaped. It's pseudo diamond-shaped.
Right, kind of a marquee diamond.
Right.
Laying on its side, it measured about 2.5 by 3 feet tall, about 4 by 4.5 feet wide, and 9.5 feet long.
How do I spell obelisk? Obelisk.
Obelisk.
There we go. Okay, so is this... I guess I should look for like Art Bell.
Jonathan Reed. No, that's not it.
And that's not the right one. Art Bell, Alien the Freezer. Well, obelisk, so I guess get rid of Art Bell. I wanted to see pictures of the obelisk.
Oh, obelisk photo. This it? It's trying to load. Oh, okay. I found it.
You can send me a link.
Boo.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. There you go. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
This guy is reading his unpublished sci-fi novel to Art Bell.
Oh, I didn't hear the thing.
Agent
You didn't
Mulder
hear
was
it?
my idea.
Boo,
No.
boo, boo, boo. Paul,
Yeah.
Paul, Paulo, Paulo, Paulogia, 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 Paulogia.
Wow. The AI was able to eventually say my name correctly, so that's pretty cool. At least my channel name. What didn't you hear? I got the Obelisk up on the screen right now.
I did hear it after. It just
Oh.
took a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, it took a sec. All right. Perfect. Well, that's the Obelisk.
And it's just hanging
That's the
there
obelisk,
in
yeah.
midair.
It's hanging in midair, anchored to the air.
This doesn't look like a Polaroid. Polaroids aren't 16 by 9.
Well, nope. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's not high enough, but it might be. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Did he say?
Artist-
No one ever said Polaroid. We said Polaroid. He said
Oh,
film, and then
no,
Art's
actually,
like, I had
it
the
can't. You're right.
yeah,
it can't be a
'cause Art's
Polaroid
like, I
because
had
it was
the
a
negatives.
negative.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe of the Bigfoot Polaroids that they split amongst the group. I'm
A very
conflating.
mean friend of mine is sending me distracting pictures while I'm trying to do this stream. Mean spirited.
I hope they're not unsolicited of a sexual nature.
Absolutely not.
Perfect.
I paid
Anchored
full
to
price.
the air. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as they're solicited.
Demonetized. Anyway.
Join us on YouTube podcasts. Off we go.
That's right. There's no
Already
question about that in the photograph. There is absolutely no question.
I
Now,
ran over to this thing and ran through the brush and up to it, and it was sitting in kind of a field of ferns, right above the fern.
If this was happening today, if this was, and obviously the show's still happening. Art Bell's not around.
Oh, Paul, you naive.
Well, the
sheeple.
show's
This
the
is
show's-
absolutely happening today. This is happening today, Paul. In
yes.
our
And actually,
school grounds.
you're not wrong. Like if you have an AM radio somewhere in your house.
So that is, I meant the alien obelisks and the dogs being ripped. in half.
Oh
This
no,
is
I
happening
meant the
today.
show. If the show
They
in the
sorry.
coast to coast AM present day.
Mhm.
So you got the mid journeys and the various AI bots.
Yeah.
And if I
Oh,
bet
yeah.
if I typed into mid journey, obelisk, black alien diamond shaped obelisk over in a forest, I would get a very convincing looking
Yes. That is.
picture.
I will absolutely say that like you could do things like in the 90s and early 2000s, right? Like
Right.
photos were still like, oh well, geez, he's got a photo,
Mm-hmm.
like now even before Midgard and AI, it's like Photoshop's been around.
Well, sure,
for what?
Photoshop's pretty good, but yeah,
Yeah.
but you could have multiple angles now. You could be doing like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could not
I see him.
judge the topography of the ground under the ferns, and I slipped and fell against this thing.
You fell against it.
And when I fell against it, I burned my hand, just like you would be touching dry ice. And it was cold, and it was hard like stone, like granite or marble. And I backed off of it, and I tried to get up, and again I was sick, and I was throwing up violently. And I pushed against this thing to stand up, and it would not move. It would not move a fraction of an inch. It wasn't just floating. It was cemented in place. Like Robert said, anchored to the air. And there was nothing underneath it. There was nothing over it.
So if you fell into it, it didn't budge when you fell into it. It stayed right
Didn't
where.
move a fraction of an inch.
So it was like hitting a wall.
Yes.
So here's this thing hovering in midair. You're sick. You're sick in every way a person can be sick. You stumble into it. It doesn't budge. You look at it. It's hanging in midair. It's defying gravity. What is it at that point that's flashing through your mind? What do you think you just bumped into?
like I said, nothing made any sense except for the fact that I knew I was so sick, I was afraid that I was never going to be able to get out of there. And I thought about my pack that I had dropped because it had some water in it. And I thought, okay, if I can get back to that, I can, relieve myself a little bit. And I had problems breathing. I had problems standing.
I can believe it.
I mean, I went down the entire gamut of sickness.
All right, you two, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to pause right here.
Never miss another Coast to Coast show again. The new Talk Radio Recorder is a compact portable unit that records your favorite
I left this one in on purpose.
All right. Yeah.
So as you know, I clip out the ads and the music.
Yeah.
There's a couple that I was just amused and I just left them in. So we'll see how this goes.
radio programs. The new Talk Radio Recorder is completely self-contained with AM/FM, built-in stereo speakers with headphones and timer. It's easy to use and can tape up to 4 hours of continuous programming using a standard audio cassette. For more information or to order online, first-time callers.
They were advertising. Maybe this doesn't seem as amusing as what I said. They had a radio TiVo, Dave, back in 2002.
Yes. Yes, that you could. As we in 2002, before Spotify existed, that probably would have seemed like a.
And actually, I guess
cooler
it was more like a radio VCR because it wasn't recording it digitally. You had to put a cassette into it.
Yeah.
But you would tell it which channel and what time to record, and it would record. Why didn't I know about that? That would have been awesome.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I would have 2 stations to record. Did you ever record radio shows?
Oh yeah. No,
Oh, yeah.
less shows. I was the kind of person, because people know from my background, we were like secular music wasn't allowed in the house, and I once bought a couple secular albums, and that was like terrible. But I had a tape recorder, and I could have the radio without my parents knowing.
Yeah.
So I was the kind of person that would sit around and wait all day for oh, this is the song I like. Run to the thing so I could hit pause so it would record the song I like. So I was just listening to radio all day long so I could eventually get my own little mixtape.
Yeah. Which a lot of people, I mean, I didn't do it because secular music wasn't, allowed in my house because my parents were crazy. But you would do it just because it was like best of, where it's like, I don't want to buy a whole, Cyndi Lauper album. I just want this song. So you listen to your top 40 or the Billboard and be like, you record and make your own kind of mixtapes. Or I would record, sometimes Coast to Coast. I would record this hour 60 minutes sometimes because Royal Canadian Air Force and this hour 60 minutes were the radio shows were hilarious. I mean, a completely different cast than the TV shows that people know. Now CBC used to have a lot of very, very funny political satire on the radio. Anyways, we're super getting off here, and there's a dog.
Yeah, and because I was about to,
it's also 10:15.
I used to my recordings of mine that were most played over and over again was Star Wars would occasionally play on broadcast TV before you could rent. So Lucasfilm didn't put Star Wars onto VHS right away when the VHS and beta crazes happened. It took several years after those machines were out before they gave people
decided this wasn't just a fad.
Right. Yeah. It took a long, and they actually did the same thing with DVDs. It was many years after DVDs were in everyone's home before they put them on a DVD.
Do you still own your Star Wars laser discs?
Yes, I do.
So I'm like, I want to get it's harder to find high quality versions of the original, not multiple re-edited by George. And
it's true.
Be the
Laserdisc, the Laserdisc versions were the pre-special edition. So yeah. Anyway, so I recorded Star Wars off the TV, and there's a few places where I could yell at my sister and my parents to be quiet. I'm recording.
You can hear it on the tape.
Yeah, you can hear it on the tape because anyway. That's how I memorized the lines to Star Wars long
I'm
before.
watching my stories.
And I deliberately tried to, I tried to hit pause right when the commercials were on, so the commercials wouldn't be on the tape. Anyway, that's just me being old now. So,
Yeah. First time I watched Jedi was also it was the very first movie I ever saw in the movie theater, Return of the Jedi.
ooh,
Fun fact.
fun fact. All right, let's get the trivia
Where's the
going.
thing? Put the thing in the thing and make it do the thing. 5, 4, 3, 2. The very first Star Wars movie, A New Hope, has a pretty low budget compared to the later films in the series. Which of the following is not an alien costume from Star Wars? A Frankenstein's monster mask with a mustache. A silver spacesuit previously used in Get Smart and Planet of the Apes. A live octopus in a tank of water dyed with red food coloring. Or a Wolfman suit from the 1974 horror movie. Oh, well, I had the name of it in there, obviously.
I didn't get it in there.
Yeah. I can't remember. It was some horror movie that no one's ever heard of. You probably know the answer to this, Paul.
I do know the answer to this one quite well because this actually caused all kinds of licensing issues in our. So what happened, of course, after Star Wars became successful, not all the proper contracts for using these costumes were signed.
Yeah.
And so for years and
so,
years,
so many people put number one. No, number one is true. There is
number one is true.
Frankenstein mask with a mustache in the cantina. I can't remember the character's name. People have given him a name after and go. You can. The alien shows up twice. Once without the mustache, and then with the mustache because that's a different alien. We just put a mustache on it. Yeah.
So as you can imagine, we didn't get back in '76. No one was making action figures of anything. So what do you care? You don't get likeness rights. You just, hey, here's a costume lying around that I will use.
It's not like Star Wars is the first movie to do this. Movies did this all the time.
But also, it's not like they stole this costume from someone. Like 20th Century Fox owned these costumes.
Oh yeah. Like I said, this is common. Like you would go in, and like I said, the silver suit had been in Get Smart, and like it was just a studio thing that you went and used. Yeah, right.
But no one had signed likeness rights to it. So then, when Hasbro / Kenner went years later to want to make action figures of these characters, all of a sudden, lawyers who owned the Wolfman mask and other things, so it's like, no, we have to get their hands out because you guys got Star Wars money.
You got Star Wars money, and we want a piece of that pie.
So that is not a small part of why the Cantina makeup is quite different in the special editions. It's not just because George wanted to have updated aliens in there. There was a little bit of a FU to some of the costumes that gave them problems in the past. No, you're gone. Mustache Man is gone. And that's why Mustache Man, you don't see him in the special editions.
No.
Yep.
But it is glorious. If you look up pictures of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are now 5 out of 8. Let's see how far we can get on.
Cheaters never prosper, spooky bed
the
hair.
freezer is nowhere in sight yet. We got to get to the
freezer.
freezer.
We just We're really
775-727-1222.
TalkRadioRecorder.com.
Let me give that one more time in case it didn't get out. It's www.talkradio.com. TalkRadioRecorder.com, actually. www.talkradio.recorder.com.
one of those fancy new websites.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the story. All right, we have Dr. Reed with us, Dr. Jonathan Reed. We have Robert Raith. There will be others as the program continues. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Welcome,
Thank you, Art.
All right, Dr. Reed, you're in shock. You go back to your pack to get water. I think that's where
we were. Some water, and at the same time, I remembered, God, I've got some cameras. I have my cameras with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, that's it. I'm taking pictures if for no other reason to keep my own sanity, so that I didn't know, what was going on at this point. So I literally took out my camera and I took pictures of everything that was at the site. I took pictures of the obelisk. I took pictures of the alien. I took every bit of film I had, which at the time was about 3 rolls of color film, 35 millimeter film, and I shot a bunch of videotape. And
it seems like a good place just to stop here very quickly.
Videotape for 2002. There would have been they would have
Camcorders.
already been in like that was already past, like they were already been into high 8 type territory at that point.
That might even have been like
they didn't
DT.
need they didn't need the clunky, like it wasn't the big clunky VHS ones.
No,
by then it was
Somebody in Milwaukee, Wisconsin says, look, if these pictures of the objects are real, the object, the obelisk, and the alien are real, why did they look computer generated? It's a fascinating story nonetheless. Well, let me guarantee the audience, I'm the one who scanned those photographs, folks. I had the raw photographs in my hand, not computer generated anything. I'm telling the audience, fake, real, whatever, I'm the guy who scanned them. So they're real photographs. Moreover, they sent me the negative.
No one's arguing that they're real photographs.
I mean, to be in Art's defense, in 2002, I don't know of a way. I'm sure you could, like, to fake negatives from like computer generate an image and put it on negative would have been a pretty hefty endeavor. You would have required some equipment to do that. I guess unless you like printed off the photo and then like took a photo of it and then just had a negative, that would work.
Yeah, but also like
yeah.
So in 1999, I was already working on like Jar Jar and I were a thing. And
I was thinking we had like basically printing out negatives, like computer had this computer will be like, and then just
I understand, but we were outputting to negative, like that was already a thing.
Yeah. And you
like
could
basically
just print
printing
it off
to
and
negative,
take a
but
photo
also
of
you
the
can
thing you
either
printed.
take photo of a screen or photo of a printout. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, Photoshop absolutely existed by this point.
Oh,
John Knoll was doing good work.
Mm-hmm.
Of the photographs. I even scanned the negative, and there's the negative is up there as well. So whatever they are, they're
I had a job working on Photoshop in like '88 already.
Yeah.
But then,
not computer generated. Proceed, Doctor.
And Eastman Kodak and other professionals have verified them as well, Art. But anyway,
Eastman Kodak was doing what? No one over at Eastman Kodak was verifying people's photos.
I don't know.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
One time, at band camp, there was this obelisk.
You went to band camp too, eh? Yeah.
Well done, Ferdinand. Cheers. I need more rum. That's what I need.
Absolutely. I'm on my
obvious,
second drink already.
Well, I'm on my third drink, but I just need more
I'm
rum.
on my main. Yeah, I was on. Never mind.
I didn't start ahead of time. You had some pre-enjoyment.
Real pictures. They're not. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Take the criticisms as they come one at a time.
Well, there's going to be some very interesting things said about the photographs tonight that will finally lay that to rest.
That's good. Okay.
Anyway, back at the site, my intention again was to get out of the woods alive. And, I'm jumping and crawling and trying to stay conscious and breathing so hard I felt like I was going to pass out constantly, like I said, for ongoing of 2 hours. And finally deciding I had to get out of.
Keep in mind. Go ahead.
So I was just point out that this interview is happening in 2002, but all of this happened in 96.
True enough. But
and as I say, like, this has been a famous story for years. Other people have seen these photos and things, like the photos existed and there were many, many witnesses to it. Like, you can research it. This was a thing that existed for many years. So that's true. We give it back a little bit. So it's even back in certainly the mid 90s, there would not have been that many people who are,
no, and that's correct. And even like Young Sherlock Holmes, which was the first CG stuff that appeared on screen, like on a TV screen, that was 96, which is the same year as this. So, like, yeah, you'd have had you'd have had Lucas money to be doing too much of that.
Here, because it was starting to get dark, and it gets dark in the forest very fast.
Yes, it does.
And I didn't know if I could get 100 yards, let alone an hour and a half back to where I had parked my Jeep.
Meanwhile, all this time, the obelisk remains hovering in midair?
Exactly where I found it.
And the alien remains apparently dead, lying on the ground, bleeding?
Absolutely. I took another branch, what I found over by where the obelisk was, which was 75 to 100 feet away from where the alien fell, and literally scraped the ground underneath it to remove a lot of the foliage and the ferns so that I could see absolutely that there was nothing underneath it. And when I did that, the stick that I was using felt like it was, as it would pass underneath this black floating shape, it felt like it was going into molasses. The air felt thick and dense directly underneath it.
And what about when you touched this thing? Was it cold?
It was cold like dry ice, but it felt like stone. And when I originally had fell against it, the tone that it was giving out, this low ebbing harmonic, this kind of a irritating sound, instantly changed to a more pleasant sound, a lighter sound.
All right. So anyway, you had enough.
Yes, Joe, I was.
Presence of mind by this time, hours have gone by, to grab your camera and to begin taking photographs. Describe the photographs that we have on the website, what you took.
Well, I took pictures. Like I said, I took approximately 3 rolls of still 35 millimeter pictures, both slides and prints. And I took probably...
Slides? I haven't even thought about slides.
Yes. Did you have? I had an uncle that was really big into slides.
My parents were for about a decade of our pictures were all in slide form, and it seemed like I never understood even why the technology didn't exist. Like, why can't we just take, use one film and get either slides or prints? It seemed like a thing that should have been able to happen, but
I mean, eventually it was.
Eventually it did, but
yes, but
for the first decade it wasn't.
Wait.
And then you're committed. It was like, imagine you have you've been updating your Instagram, but no one sees it. Your Instagram's on private, and then like once a month people come visit your house. It's like, you know what? Let's all sit down in the living room, and we're gonna do nothing but flip through my Instagram.
Yep.
That's what we're gonna do now.
And everybody has to pretend they're interested. Not only, but it's not your Instagram, because this was the days of film. Mm-hmm. So like once you took a picture, you couldn't undo that. Like that picture was there. It was forever. So oftentimes it's like, here's 20 pictures of me on this bridge that we're going to click through because people would just put them all in their freaking big reel of slides. And it's like, yeah, no, that bridge looks real cool. Oh, there's the bridge again. Oh, hey, look at you on the bridge. That's great. This is great. I bet if I ever saw this in life, it'd be really cool. Thanks.
Oh. But we didn't have phones, so it passed the time when you were visiting with someone because you didn't want to be there and you didn't want to talk to those people. So, or maybe I am telling on myself too much at this point.
Yeah.
No.
We didn't drink, because we're Mennonites, so had to do something.
Yeah, well,
an estimate of about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes of videotape.
We'll describe the videotape. I've seen the videotape. Not a lot of people have, but I have seen it.
Right.
Some others, I think. Did you show that in Laughlin?
Yes.
Okay, so others have now seen the videotape.
Yes.
But going back to the still photographs, because that's what people can see on the website right now. The obelisk, we've got 2 shots of the obelisk. It's extremely clear. Some people say it's too damn clear, and that's what they can't swallow that.
Art, is the picture of it clear?
Yes, it is.
Well, I guess it can't be real then.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's 2 problems with ufology. One is when pictures are too fuzzy, then they're not real. When they're too good, they're not real. So I don't know how you get a real picture of an alien and by the way, the obelisk was not a craft. It wouldn't have been large.
I mean, they're not wrong. That is a reason why, as CG went along, they actually figured out that you had to add imperfections to it in order to make the eye accept what was believing, or accept what it was seeing as real.
Mm-hmm.
So motion blur became a thing, and
Yeah.
you know.
Distance blur.
Mm-hmm.
Enough, we think, for this creature to have come in it, right?
That is my perception, and since living with this nightmare for the last 4 years, I've come to believe that it was much more than a ship or a craft, more like a doorway, a portal.
It's believed that it's anchored in two places at one time.
It's the worst portal in the world. If when you try and hit it, it's like a stone.
Well, but you don't want just anybody going through your portal, Paul.
So this was a door. This is a portal door.
Got to keep out the riffraff,
Mm.
aka
We keep the
this guy
portal
and his
inside the
dog.
obelisk.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
The target spot, which is, at this point would have been Earth, and
We're stepping it
wherever
up in the next super chat.
the entity was coming from.
Possibly a biomorphic gate of some type.
All right. So you never saw it go anywhere because you left before it did.
One of those biomorphic gates you're always reading about. Probably one of those. Do you remember the Simpsons where they think Burns is an alien and it goes and Homer?
Yes,
sees
I
this
love
alien
that
and
one.
gets
That one has Leonard Nimoy in it.
Yeah. Yes, and David Duchovny and right, like it's. But then Homer gives this little impromptu press conference in front of his house about the alien, and people are asking questions. It's like, was the alien carbon based or silicone? It's like that second one, xylophone. Yeah. I use that line a lot. Is it this or this? And when I don't know what people are talking about, I'll be like, yeah, the second one, xylophone. Biomorphic gates. Yeah.
Yeah. Saw that at Radio Shack. They had that there. It was good.
I tried, and it would not budge. After taking the pictures,
maybe that's Dean Kamen's thing.
Maybe.
Anyway, there it is, hovering in midair. You're taking photographs of it.
I took all the photographs I had.
A lot of people ask, how could you? I mean, you were in bad condition, Doctor. How could you have been in decent enough condition to get such good?
This was what I was saying. Is he not at this point?
Mulder was my idea.
Alpinomorphic gate _whacked : whacked : whacked.
I have some notes about this technology we're going to talk about after the show.
All right, we'll have some post-mortem on the. All right. At this point, the good doctor is sick from both ends, shall we say? Well, that's how he was describing it.
Look, the dude shit his pants. He didn't break his hands. He can push a click button.
No, but I just imagine like, all these things that he's doing are
anything,
while he's
Paul,
simultaneously.
The incredibly thick air probably need to hold his hand steady and get a solid picture. It's like if you think about it.
Look, I say this not to doubt him. I say this to credit him that he's doing all these feats of documentation.
I feel like you're saying it to doubt him. I'm going to go ahead and say
he's doing all these feats of documentation whilst.
I don't know if you've noticed. It seems to happen that when we do these shows, one of us will fall into the role of defending the person and the other. And it's not always the same. Last episode I had mine, or possibly all of this is bullshit. This man is just making this up. Was that the Bigfoot one? That was the Bigfoot one.
That was the big feats.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you were standing up explaining why the Bigfoot story could be real. Yeah.
Well-focused, well-lighted photographs.
Well, first of all, the equipment
Well-lit art. Well-lit.
that I had was fairly good. I had a Nikon 35mm camera that automatically sets its own shutter speed to the light condition. So therefore, I didn't have to worry that much about that. And focusing
That would have been an expensive camera then.
Yeah.
Wasn't a problem. It wasn't
like auto ISO setting and all that kind of stuff. That's pretty good.
Moving anywhere. And I was laying on the ground, spread eagle, and propping my arms up to use as a tripod, so I could take a fairly.
When you
good
weren't spread
picture.
eagle.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is I took everything I had.
Did we miss trivia? Are we?
Oh yeah, we're way past trivia time. Yeah, we should have. We should do it.
All right. The chat. We're so engaged in
Well
the
lit, like
story.
Paul. Paul is well lit. I am not well lit. I don't have a professional.
I think he
setup.
means well lit in terms of that I have imbibed in various beverages.
No, I think he means like you actually have
Oh,
good studio lighting on your face. I'm well lit in the fun sense of the word. Trivia.
trivia.
Bra one cramp. I believe I pronounced that correctly.
I don't think you did. All right. I got distracted by something. I need to not do that. That's Adobe. All right. Let's go to the coast and to the
I
thing.
keep telling you, you should let Pornhub do notifications on your.
That's right.
You need to turn that off in Chrome, Paul.
Especially with live streaming.
Especially during live stream. Man, you can't just sort of zone out every 10 minutes.
Well, we're already demonetized, so
we're already. That's true. We already have dogs being ripped in half. Fuck it. Yeah.
All right. Next one. Hopefully this one ties in. Like last two have tied into what we're talking about.
Yeah, unfortunately so. Which of these real-world alien/UFO sightings happened first? 1, the Scandinavian ghost rockets. 2, the Phoenix Lights. 3, the Aurora, Texas UFO incident. Or 4, Roswell, New Mexico. This is pretty. I feel like people are pretty much guessing on this one.
You think that?
These are all real. These are all real.
Yeah.
If somebody's really into ufology, which
I see. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying this might be it's
This
not
is a
an
tough
obvious answer. It's a tougher one. Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. I have my guess.
I'm not seeing a lot of numbers in chat. Oh, maybe now they're scrolling through.
A lot of guesses for Roswell. I think it's number 3
not
though.
Roswell.
I think it's
Sorry.
Aurora. I don't know. I could be wrong. Oh, it was Aurora.
It is the Aurora, Texas UFO incident. Yes.
Oh, and Shannon Q got this one. So
Which I believe was in like the late 1800s.
Oh, interesting.
If I remember right. Yeah.
So should we I feel like
But my favorite on that list is the Scandinavian ghost rockets. Because,
I feel like we should take a peek at the leaderboard.
Take a peek at the leaderboard. Ooh,
we have a change. Dapper has fallen to 3rd.
Yep. Only one person is 5 for 5.
Olivia Williams.
Congratulations.
All right.
So far, Olivia. Let's see.
Let's see if that continues. Absolutely. All right.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Thank you for helping me with my deconstruction smile.
Well, you're
The
incredibly
deconstruction
welcome,
smile
Ryan.
list.
I appreciate that. I apologize for what's happening now. Because
I revel in it.
What's happening now is not.
It's not helping your deconstruction.
It's not.
I saw somebody on one of the Paulogia. Sorry, I should stop using that pronunciation. I think it's funny. But anyways, on one of the videos, had commented thanking both of us for helping him with his deconstruction and deconversion. And I just wanted to be like, that's wonderful, and I'm glad you're finding emotional support and help with this channel, but I am not helping you with that.
No, that's right.
I get drunk with my friend on YouTube and listen to people talk about Bigfoots.
Right.
Yeah.
You wait. What pronunciation did you not want to continue with?
Oh, you call it Paulogia.
And what
did I say Paulogia? I thought I usually
you pronounced it correctly, and then I'm going to stop with that.
That's not true. I usually try to pronounce it wrong on purpose.
Yeah,
I use the Ken pronunciation of your name on purpose.
Oh, there's so many variations. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so we are Olivia's leading in the trivia, and we are all leading because we are about to hear. I hope we're about to hear what's happening with the freezer.
I had my pack. I had drugged my pack over at that point. I had consumed most of my water, and I thought, what am I going to do now? I'm going to try to go home. I'm going to try to, explain this. I was afraid of what I had done. I didn't know what I had killed. I wasn't sure what this was. My mind would not let me go there. I would constantly get violently sick, throwing up.
Well, for those who have not seen the video, actually, folks, part of it is the good doctor running through the woods. And getting sick as he goes and getting violently ill, and you can hear him tossing his cookies, and you can hear him hyperventilating.
I feel like we shouldn't look for that for the channel. I think we can just let everyone just imagine how that goes.
Yeah, this is starting to get real Jesus used Stargate vibes where, you know, we listened to all that. We had 2 episodes we devoted to that nutcake, and we never heard about these goddamn Stargates, and it was a ripoff. It was flagrant false advertising.
And you can see all that as he runs through the woods. No question about it. I mean, you were obviously in bad shape, and I don't blame you. If this really happened to me, I'd be in bad shape too.
This is a couple years even before Blair Witch.
Yes. Could probably get some money from that. Talk to your lawyers.
Yeah.
Anybody would be in bad shape. That should be understood.
Well, I'll tell you, it was, there's no way to conceptualize what this was like, because it was like nothing I could ever imagine. After dealing with this, many people have said that my condition was very, very similar to that of somebody who had extreme radiation exposure.
Okay. I'll even accept that. I guess you could describe it many ways. Anyway, it was time to get the hell out of there.
It was time to get out of there. I went, threw my camera back into my pack, realizing that I had very little supplies with me. I had a thermal blanket. I had a knife. I didn't have a shovel. I didn't have a pick. I had some dog food. That's about all I had. And I thought, thermal blanket, maybe I can cover this body up and bring somebody back to help me, to deal with what I had done, so I could show someone, because it was unbelievable to me. And so I basically thought about hiding this thing. I thought about taking it and covering it up, putting the thermal blanket over it, and maybe putting stones around the edges of the thermal blanket so that animals...
No, Joe. The dog disappeared. The dog disappeared like Ben Kenobi in the Star Wars, or like in the first Ant-Man movie, where like when you kill a person, all of a sudden they just become like a little piece of spit. Like that's the dog was gone.
Like the snap, right? Avengers.
Like the dusting. Yeah.
Wouldn't get to the body, because this area is frequented by lots of animals. And my mind was not being very rational. I wasn't thinking very clearly. So I threw the thermal blanket out, and I thought, okay, if I can...
Mulder was my idea.
What condition is similar to radiation exposure but isn't radiation exposure? I'm beginning to become skeptical about this claim.
I can understand why you would be skeptical of the Ronin, but I don't want to be that guy. There's fields and technologies and alien rays going on here, making the air thick that you don't understand. And, the depth of your understanding is really on display here. You should just trust this man because he's telling the truth. There's Phil.
There's it's alien burn. I think
there's a video of him throwing up. Yeah.
The colloquial name is alien burn, I think.
Alien burn. Yeah.
That's not the technical term, but
How get this thing into this blanket? Maybe I can cover it up. Well, I couldn't find any rocks to do what I had thought about doing, because the rocks that I found were buried. I mean, this is a part of the mountain, and there just wasn't anything loose. And like I said, I didn't have a shovel, and I just had a pocket knife.
I've gone hiking so many times.
Big hiker, my friend Paul.
And sometimes for days, literally. Never took a shovel with us at any point. So this is, you're good.
What the fuck is a shovel going to do in the mountains?
Well, so here is the thing. There are times I should have, because when you are proper outdoor hiking, if there are black bears around, you want to actually bury your scat, as they say. You want to poop in a hole and cover that up. But I've never bothered, because taking my life in my own hands. So there is a reason, but
well, I take it back. Dr. Jonathan Reed, you're right to have a shovel.
That's right. That said, I was impressed that he had a thermal blanket, because that's a very good thing to hike with if you're hiking in uncharted places.
Yeah, it's very true.
And apparently the dog food is of no use anymore, so we could just ditch that.
Yes.
Yep.
So I thought about rolling this thing up and
Technically, you
then
can eat
maybe.
it if you're starving, right? Also, it's 10:46, Paul.
Uh-oh.
Where I live, it's not where it is where you are. Anyways, whatever. It's time for trivia. I'm gonna stop.
You live in a weird time zone.
I live in a weird time zone. Daylight savings is for suckers. We don't do it here. The illuminated the sheeple. I still like that.
Why isn't it hiding the board?
Yeah, you're drunk. You don't know what's going on.
Man, have I ruined it? Dave, have I ruined the game?
Maybe. Did you? Can you go back? Do we have to like start from the beginning again?
I don't think so. Hold on. Well, I don't know. I'm clicking on the
I mean, I
hide
could just-
leaderboard, and it's displaying the leaderboard.
Uh-oh.
All right, well, we'll keep listening to Art while I figure this out.
Okay.
Covering it with some branches against the hillside that I was next to. So I basically covered the thing with the thermal blanket, and I didn't want to touch it. Believe me, I did not want to touch it. But I kind of used the thermal blanket in between me and it and rolled it up into the thermal blanket. And as I did this, I realized that this thing was extremely light. It only weighed about 50 pounds, and that is incredibly light. My dog weighed 100 pounds.
That's like a child.
Right. So as I rolled it up, I realized I could literally pick up the thermal blanket and pick up the entire body. So I grabbed that and lifted it up with my pack straps and tried to find a place to put it. I was hoping to find a secure area, maybe off the beaten path. As I was looking around, there wasn't any place to put it. So I tied it up, much like a sleeping bag or burrito, and I carried it down, started walking down the trail with my pack in my other hand and looking for a place to put this, stopping to get sick, stopping to rest, hoping to find a place.
How far did you have to go to get back to your car?
Well, it was I had walked to this point approximately between an hour and a half. So it was the same distance back to my Jeep.
That is still a long way, Doctor, to carry 50 pounds with a pack on your back, too.
Well, not in some circumstances. I mean, I wanted out of there.
You probably had enough adrenaline going, actually, to pick up a car and carry it, but anyway.
Anyway, I looked for a place to put it, and I ended up back where my Jeep was in like no time. In fact, it was incredible how little time it felt like it took. And once back to the Jeep, I walked up to the Jeep, I opened the back end, and I put this body in the back end of my Jeep and closed the door. I was like a walking zombie, and I crawled into the driver's seat and sat there and thought, what is going on? This has got to be an illusion. None of this is real. And I looked over where my dog normally sat, and she wasn't there. And she was always there when I was in this place. And I looked in the rearview mirror and saw this rolled up thermal blanket. And I knew
it was all real.
That some of this had to be real. And so I started to drive home. And I drove down the road and got on the highway, and I stopped at a ranger station because I needed help, and there was nobody there. I don't know where he was. I don't know if he was out, doing dinner, but there was no one there.
What time was it by now?
It was approximately 5:30
in the evening. Okay.
And I just kept going. And
on a Tuesday, just lest anyone forget, it's a Tuesday, so
it's a Tuesday. Yeah.
I think the trivia game is bonker, Dave.
Well, I mean, I can read the questions out. Do we want to? I still have them.
The question is, do we want to so I try and click nothing. Nothing will go back to the leaderboard. I don't know how to.
We effed it all up.
Well, yeah, I don't know, by pausing the game or something. I don't know. The technology's not in our favor today. So I'm clicking on the resume game, and it just shows the leaderboard. I click display leader. Anyway, you don't care.
What if you just refresh the page? I mean, you're at the point now where it's.
I did. I did refresh the page, but so I could stop it and we could like start the whole game again, but we don't know. So
But that would screw up the leaderboard, probably.
yeah, no, well, it would be. I think it would refresh everyone, so everyone would get like the first 5 questions for free.
I feel bad. Do we just declare Olivia the winner?
I think we just declare Olivia the winner, and that's the end. So we can do for fun the other questions.
For funsies, we can do it. We can
Sure.
do the. Let me. Pull
Actually,
up
you know what? You know what? Let's take a screenshot of this.
Okay.
I'll take a screenshot of this, and then let me stop the game. I'll go back to stop the game. Start the game again.
Can we just like?
And we can skip questions. So I can no, but I think I can skip questions. So let's see. We'll let Art keep playing. Oh, wrong
This
thing.
is the folksy charm people come. This is the
folksy.
down
That's
home.
right. So
We're just doing stuff. We're just like you. We're just.
right. You don't need to. You don't need to have skills or technology.
You don't have to have. There's nothing
be good
special.
at stuff to do.
No.
To do the YouTube. The YouTube's
Paul's got
for
nice
everybody.
hair. I got a beard. We're just doing this stuff. You can do it too. You can do it too.
I feel like
I'm just going to go ahead and assume that most of our audience is probably more attractive than us. So, I mean,
it's true. It's true. I'm going to let Art play while we're waiting for the.
I'd have to pull over because I literally was so sick I was throwing up blood in my car. And I kept going and going, and I finally got home.
You made it home.
And I pulled in my driveway, and I sat in my car.
But he doesn't have the alien with him, so this can't even be the fridge yet, the freezer yet.
No, I assume he's going home and he's gonna put it's the alien burrito because he's got it wrapped up in the thermal blanket. He's gonna take it home and
For a long time, just numb.
Probably trying to figure out what to do next. A lot of people would have gone in the house and called the cops.
Well, I basically thought, what am I going to do? You know, what has gone on here? Maybe I need to bury this thing. Maybe I need to hide it because I didn't know what I had killed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And my mind was spinning out of control.
So are we just going to let
All
it
right,
play
so
through?
we're just we'll let people go through. So now we can. Well, I'm just going to let Art play while you guys can answer trivia up till we get to number 6.
Yeah. I mean, all the answers people already know. But if you did, feel free.
That's
right. My world. And at that point, I basically said, I've got to put this somewhere. I've got to put it somewhere. So I ended up taking it out of the Jeep and putting it in my garage in my large freezer.
You have one of those casket-like freezers.
Right.
And so you open it, you got enough room, or did you have to take stuff out?
No, there was hardly anything in there.
Good thing. Wouldn't want to eat anyway.
So I put it in there, I closed the lid, locked it, and I went in the house.
Did you leave the thermal blanket around it? I mean,
yes.
Okay, I think I would have too. So thermal blanket and all, you lowered into the freezer, locked the freezer?
Locked the freezer.
Went into the house.
The freezer lock was kind of, half working and half not.
Yep.
I went into the house. I got some water. I tried to clean up. I tried to calm down, and I went to the phone, and I called my girlfriend. She wasn't home. And I left a message on her answering machine. Call me as soon as you can.
Sure.
And then I called another friend of mine, Gary, and I said, call me. I need your help now. And I sat down and I tried to calm down.
So like usual, you get answering machines everywhere when you want.
Right. And I tried to put some of this in some kind of order, which didn't make any sense. And for a long time, I just drank some water and I sat there in this numb state till finally I believed myself to have created this illusion. And I thought, my dog has got to be in the freezer. I must have somehow, my dog got killed.
You flipped out.
I flipped out and I brought her home.
Killed my dog, yeah. I understand all these emotions. So what then? What you went?
So at that point, I went back out to see.
Yeah.
And I walked back out there to the garage and I opened the thermal blanket and it wasn't my dog.
Okie dokie. So you probably closed the thermal blanket, closed the freezer back up. Then what?
Actually, I didn't.
You didn't?
At that point, I opened it up, I brushed it off, and I carried it into the house and put it in my rec room. And I got my video camera out and I videotaped it.
Just laying there, blood probably on the
And you've seen that videotape.
I've seen the videotape, but more importantly, I want to talk about the things that we have on the website that everybody can see.
So I was slightly distracted. So what was happening? So he went to the freezer, and the freezer was to look for his dog because he thought he put the dog in the freezer.
Yeah.
And then the freezer was empty. So
Well,
then
it wasn't his dog that was in there. It was
okay. So this is you're answering my question. So there was something in the freezer. The thermal blanket
Yes.
was in the freezer.
The alien was in the freezer.
The alien, but it was still wrapped in the I'm wondering where this
Yes.
alien burrito came. Okay, gotcha. So that's why we're calling it the alien burrito. Okay. I'm disappointed it's not a real burrito. Somehow I would prefer a real burrito to an alien one.
He cooked and ate this alien. Well, I had these refried beans left over, so I mean, got to use them up. Need eating up.
Are two really important photographs of the alien.
Our previous trivia winner got this question wrong twice now.
Yes.
All right.
Hey, but anybody who's flogging our merch, I'll back them to the hilt.
That's right.
One,
you ever need help moving
one
the couch?
actually shows somebody. I guess it's you, Doctor. Is that your hand with the gloves on?
Yes, that was taken at a later time.
At a later time. Okay,
Right.
so the first photograph then.
Speaking of
is
moving,
yes,
I helped a friend of mine move recently. And we
Okay.
were loading up a U-Haul van and going, and I was telling the story of when you moved from back to Canada.
Okay. Yes.
And I didn't help you load, but I met you and helped you unload. It was you and me and your dad.
Yeah.
And that van was like, it was there was not a half square inch of unused space. And you told me the story of like how your dad packed and unpacked and went, and it was like, it was frankly impressive how much physical stuff had been packed in this, cube van and moved. And I was,
Yeah.
your dad's a horrifying man when he sets his mind to something.
So I will try and correct the story to my own. So my dad, at one point gave up, threw his hands up in the air, and said, "No,
is that
not
what it-
fitting
maybe
all
that
this
was
stuff."
the-
And so it was actually me. So it was actually I went
Okay.
through and did all that, and then you can imagine my nervousness because we had to go through customs, and customs is allowed to, if they wanna, look through every box.
Yeah, they can say unpack it all. We want to go through everything. Yeah,
And it took like 9 or 10 hours for me to get to just not like moving the stuff out, but just
to be
like,
fair, if you wanted to like bring a bunch of cocaine across the border or guns or whatever, I mean that's good. Just be a moving van and being like, oh man, there's so much stuff there, right? It's like there's 300 boxes. You're not gonna go through 100, right? That's a good way to do it. But anyways, yeah.
This is also our drug smuggling tips. This is really going to help the YouTube.
Well, we're telling you don't do this.
Oh, that's right. We're telling not to.
They'll do it. Just get some kind of crypto scheme. There's no fucking laws around that. Anybody who's smuggling drugs is an idiot. There's way easier ways to make illegal money. Some of it's not even illegal because there's no laws that have to do with like NFTs. It's whatever. Anyways, we're not going to get into this whole thing. Are we caught up now?
No, are we?
No, Revelation 4 because we did 5 questions. That's number 4.
We got
Revelations
one more.
of the Inquiry.
You have not appreciated my craftsmanship on this.
I haven't. I like the illuminated and the sheeple. I haven't noticed the revelations of the Inquiry. It
would be more impressive. I would actually make it work, so we didn't have to restart it. That would be more impressive. But
yeah, that would be. You know, it would be really fucking impressive, Paul, if it just
if it actually worked
as designed. Yeah,
and lying on this thermal blanket.
Right. That was taken when I brought it home and opened that up in my house.
And in this photograph, you clearly see the alien's head. You can see what would appear to be blood vessels. You can see a mouth. You can see what looks like a nose appendage. I don't think there's any ears. It is obviously not human. No question about the fact it's not human. And so that's where you took the first photograph?
Yes. Those are the first photographs that I took after I brought it home.
So you took the pictures. You're still by yourself at this point. Then
Right.
what?
Well, then finally I got a phone call from my friend.
All right,
Gary.
good. That's a good place to break it off. Hold it right there, Doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed, we're going to try to race through the rest of this story because we got new stuff for you on this story, but it was important that you hear how all this happened. Follow along on the web if you want. We've got detailed, high-resolution photographs up there for you. Some people say they're just too good. I'm Art Bell, and this
Too good.
this is Coast to Coast AM.
That's what people say
Once
about
again
this
now,
show as
back
well,
to
Dave.
Dr.
Just too
Jonathan
good.
Reed and Robert
Yeah.
Raith. Robert has
Which, I mean, this feels like a good place to pause now because we're heading into the.
Okay, we're heading into.
Now we're caught up. We're at the top of the hour. Question's about to start.
Well, yeah, okay, all right. We're doing the New Hope question,
Yeah, so we'll get the answers.
but I thought we had one question after the New Hope question.
No, because Olivia had 5 out of 5. She was the only person that had 5 right.
Okay.
So question 6 will be the first new.
Fair enough.
Yep.
We can tell who
You
got
really got
here
to start
late.
paying attention to your own show, Paul.
You should. Yeah, well.
But 42. Universal answer.
That's the answer to everything. Life, the universe, and everything.
Let's see. Life, the universe, and everything.
As far as I know, we're the only show on YouTube right now.
Yes. So
this is why we can get away with this kind of shoddy material.
check
Is
this
our
out. That's why they're anxious to get us onto their podcast platform.
That's right. That's right.
We're bringing in huge numbers.
I think
and they
Shannon
want
is
to-
right. I think that we had 6 questions
Were there 6 reviews? Okay. Going wrong.
because
You're
I
right.
feel
Well,
like we had one pass. We'll see.
I mean,
we'll know
I'm maybe
we'll know in
15
2
drinks in
seconds.
at this point, so I am absolutely willing to.
Yeah, we had this one.
Oh yeah. Nope. I apologize.
All right, I'm putting Art back on.
So
Story.
both of us have been right, both of us
Dr. Reed, you
I'm
said
more
somebody returned a call to you finally.
are counting my sex.
Finally, I got a call back from my friend Gary who said he would come over and, just come on over. So he came on over.
Hey, Gary, I've got this alien. I've got him in a freezer. Come on over.
Right, and I, at first he was more, I think he thought I was, losing my mind, but I didn't really say that. I said, something happened while I was in the woods, and Susie's dead. And he was concerned about my health because obviously I looked terrible.
Okay, Dave.
Okay. We're good to go.
Oh no, we still have a minute. All
I
right.
was still extremely sick, and we went down
jumped
that
the gun.
path
Got my
slowly
hopes up.
about what had actually happened.
You mean when he got there? You told him about all
Right,
this.
right.
Meanwhile, the alien's in the freezer, right?
Right.
Okay.
And finally, I showed him what I had brought home, and I can't tell you on the radio what he said.
I imagine not. What did you do? Take it out of the freezer and bring it back into the rec room?
No, I just took him out to the garage
And open the freezer?
and opened the freezer
And I
and
bet-
took it out and laid it on the table and showed him.
Oh. And so after he exclaimed what I can imagine he exclaimed, what did you do?
Right. Well, what he told me is he immediately started ranting and raving about this. This is an extraterrestrial. This is some kind of gray. This is an alien.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want to go there. This was not in my world. I didn't think about this. I had no concept of what this was.
Did you tell him you took photographs?
Oh, yeah.
Video, everything?
And I showed him the video.
Oh.
I mean, it is sitting right there.
Yeah. Mhm. Oh, the 90s sitcom Alf features an alien puppet who lived with the Tanner family, avoiding a bumbling FBI agent and eating cats. Alf actually stands for Alien Life Form. What was Alf's real name? Was it Mork Williams, Gordon Shumway, Dick Solomon, and Beldar Chlorhone?
I loved Alf so much.
Yeah. So you should have this one nailed.
I know exactly which one this is. Yeah.
Bonus points to everybody who can tell me where all of these aliens come from, because all these aliens are from sitcoms. I was also a big Alf fan. Yeah.
Yeah,
and the cartoon. Do you remember there was a Saturday morning cartoon?
There
about it?
was, yeah, when he actually
What
went.
his life
Was it
on
Melmac?
Melmac before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he went actually to.
Gordon, take me into out. Yeah, good job, Ashanti.
Yeah,
You got
good
one
job,
of them.
Ashanti. Has two of them. Yeah.
Yeah, got two of them working.
All right, yeah,
yes,
Gordon
it is Gordon
Shumway.
Shumway.
Absolutely. I
Yes.
love that show. Alf, for those who don't remember, he was a puppet. Practically.
Everybody else was real.
Everyone else is real.
Yeah.
Kind of Muppetish, and he liked to eat cats. He wanted to eat cats.
Cats were a delicacy on Melmac.
Yeah. I'm
I don't know why the FBI was after him.
That's right.
You
The
would think
FBI
it'd be
was
like the
after
Air
him.
Force
That was
or
the
somebody.
ongoing meta story before there was ongoing meta stories. Yeah.
Yeah. It was back in dog form. Anyway, Johnny didn't say it, so I'm going to say it. Number 3,
Mulder
Dick
was
Solomon
my
was
idea.
Alf is
John
back
Lithgow's character from
in
Third Rock
pog
from the Sun.
form.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um.
Jurassic Park Pogs. I'm legitimately jealous. I wish I had Jurassic Park Pogs.
I was just going to gush about Alf, but there's really no point. You can look up clips of Alf on YouTube when our show is done.
I
Because
suspect
obviously,
it didn't age well. I think if you watch it now, it would be like so many of those 90s, 80s, and 90s sitcoms. You're like, huh?
yeah.
This is what.
Oh
this is
well,
what
it was
funny, huh?
it was bad then. It was bad while it was happening. There was.
I mean, it was good enough that it was on TV for like 5 years.
No,
or
there was
something
but it was like the worst poorly written dad joke.
Oh, yeah.
sitcom
Yes, like
garbage. And there was always, as I recall, there was like long pauses waiting for the audience to laugh. Like,
Well, there'd be a laugh track, so you'd have
there was a laugh track, but it was like
Yeah.
clearly no one's actually laughing at this. And, but when they filmed it on that day, they left a long pause. Yeah, I don't know. The acting was terrible.
Acting was terrible. Everything about it was terrible.
Except for the person who played Alf was great. So
yeah.
I also enjoyed Perfect Strangers with Balky, and but yeah,
Cousin
All right.
Larry. Balky
Cousin Larry.
Yeah. We could
Who,
we could really go down a rabbit hole with sitcoms.
Yeah, I mean, let's. I want to hear.
Paul and I have
finally
played our baser instincts.
we finally got to the freezer part, and we're gonna get to whatever the
gonna
new
get to what
update
it
is.
But someday we just
Okay.
need to fire up our other YouTube channel again, Paul, so that we can have these conversations without
That's right.
having to feel guilty.
But now I need to make sure that I'm not. Oh, I did pause the game. Yeah. All right. I'm
Yeah.
reticent to put up the leaderboard because that broke it last time. So we're gonna just have
Yeah,
it be a
don't.
surprise at the end.
And
So he knows what you've got.
he knows what I've got, and now he thinks we need to get
Show
some
us
help
what you got.
about how to deal with this and what to do.
Yeah,
And
good for him.
because we had no real clue where to go with this.
Small wonder, Ronan. It was Small Wonder. Had a robot chick. Do you remember
Yeah.
Small Wonder? Yeah.
I remember
Anyway.
Small Wonder. Yeah.
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 I'm sorry that you do.
Yeah.
And I basically wanted to get rid of it.
What was the one where the girl, her dad was an alien and she could freeze time? Anybody in chat remember this? This is like an
I
80s
don't.
sitcom.
I don't remember that.
Might have been a Canadian one. I don't.
And so we talked about what we should do. About maybe is there some type of place that you call to deal with this type of thing? So
Yes, the alien hotline, of
right.
course.
So he set out to do that. And
Oh, well, yeah, it's not Ghostbusters. Like, who are you going to call for the aliens?
I was so sick I really couldn't do anything for about 2 days. And he called around.
He's sticking to his story on how sick he was.
And he found out some information. He called some MUFON groups and some other.
Oh, yeah, I think he probably called MUFON in San Diego, didn't he?
Actually, no, he called MUFON in Seattle.
Okay, well, MUFON somehow in San Diego, I remember, got involved in this.
Yeah, one of the MUFON members in San Diego eventually did some supportive work.
All right,
for
so
us.
anyway, he called these places.
Called these agencies and said, what if I found something? What would I do about it? Where would I go?
That's
Where
right.
would I
Do it and freeze it. Out of this world. Shannon knows it. Yes, out of this world. That was the one in this little, and she could freeze time, and so then everybody would just like stop and it would do whatever. It was like this sitcom on primetime TV. Yeah.
So my answer, when people ask me what superpower I want, Dave, my answer
Yeah.
is freezing time.
I see.
And do you know why?
So that you can get more shit done because there's something wrong with you?
That's correct. So that I can stop time and get some fucking work done
Yeah.
without people bothering me.
My superpower is I would wish for extreme luck or teleportation because I'm lazy as shit and I want something that will let me do less work in the day and have more time to, all right, whatever.
It's hard to argue with. Was it Dawes? It was Vicky.
Yep.
Wow, I have space in my brain dedicated to that.
Yeah.
Why? I did not need my brain to store that detail.
Well, brains.
What did they
For
say?
the most part, everybody just basically laughed him off and said, "Don't bother us," And finally, when we had called the MUFON group in Seattle, we got some people.
MUFON group sounds like part of they were
Apparently,
rivals to the Wu-Tang
says
Clan.
it stands for Mutual UFO Network, so it's like apparently a thing. That's two things you learned from chat tonight, Paul.
Exactly.
So,
wait, did we have a stream? I guess we had a stream glitch.
Did we?
Maybe. That's probably you know who it is, Dave. It's you and I both need to change locations right now.
Yes.
Because
sometimes I kind of want to die. They can come get me. It's fine.
the alien group is coming to get us, and they're onto us.
No, it's the NSA and the FBI and the Air Force.
He said that
luckily it's the Canadian Air Force, so we're probably both okay.
So what we have what I'm going to check afterwards. So I do a local recording of the show as well as what streams to YouTube. So just like in Contact, I'm going to go see what's happened. The last line. So you know what? I'm not more interested about the that there was static on the camera. I'm more interested in the time.
13 hours of static,
right.
Or whatever it is.
That's right. So now I want to go back. I'll compare the YouTube to my live recording and see if the alien people.
Do you like Contact? Do you think Contact's a good movie?
I didn't at the time, as I actually want to rewatch it now as a skeptic. I did not like it because it was too anti-God.
Oh, really? I was surprised how not anti-God it was. That it put a somewhat.
It didn't. It was very careful not to rule out. I did acknowledge that it was careful not to rule out, but by my way of thinking, it posited too many ways that God didn't need to be there.
Yeah.
And so that's the kind of kid I was.
Well, it's pretty clear which side the bread.
Well, I mean, Carl Sagan either wrote it or it was his short story or something.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think so.
Could be.
Where people are learning things, whether they're correct or not, you should look up.
Yeah.
Supportive, who basically said, well, there's certain things you need to do and certain things you need not to do. One, we'd like to see your evidence, and can we meet with you in a public place?
Right.
And we'd like to store it so that, it's not going to get lost or stolen or whatever, and they made tremendous sense.
They were right.
And so, essentially, I thought about, well, I'm not going to take everything I've got. I'm going to take some of what I've got.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take and meet with them, and I did. And they assured me that they would help me in every sense of the way. They were very supportive.
So you took photographs, I'm sure, and showed them those, and what else?
I took some of my photographs, and I took some of the videotape, and I basically handed it over to them saying, help me, and they assured me they would.
Meanwhile, the alien's still in the freezer.
Meanwhile, the alien's in the freezer.
All right.
But I think we need to add in here that those people who represented themselves as MUFON members were not MUFON members and never returned to the scene, never returned my evidence, and basically after recalling and talking to MUFON people, told me that they had never talked to us.
Well, then who the hell were they?
Your guess is as good as mine.
So your evidence disappeared with them.
So that evidence disappeared.
So fortunately, that was not all the evidence by a long shot.
That's right.
At this point, you've got the alien, you've got the photographs, at least some of them left, and you've got the video.
Right, and I had one more thing that I haven't mentioned. When I went to roll the...
Before we get into the one more thing you want us to mention, because we're behind, should we just do another trivia? It is on the 15 right now.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. Let's do that. Let me get the...
It'll be the last, because I think that'll be the last one then.
All
There's
right.
8. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll see how the leaderboard looks, and we'll figure out. I took a screenshot of where the leaderboard was last time.
Yeah.
I feel like perhaps we will just give Olivia the chance for a tumbler, and then if whoever the leader is at the end of this. But
I mean, not necessarily a tumbler. Like, you can pick anything off your merch store, right? Maybe she wants to.
No, I've now decided it's only tumblers.
Okay, well, fair enough.
It's only the
Which
toast
of
to toast
these
tumblers.
aliens are most likely to eat you? The visitors from V, the newcomers from Alien Nation, the heptapods from Arrival, or David Bowie, the Starman?
David, you know my heart.
I do. There's a Starman. Paul's a big David Bowie fan.
Yeah. I will. Anyone who gets this one correct is instantly. I will like you.
A lot of people are getting this one correct.
I will like you 10% more than I did before.
Well, there you go.
Oh, but they did.
I've told you the story before. I'm sure I have. Like, that was the point where I was like, "Oh, we can be friends."
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you had sent me. Yeah, because I gave you the pop figurine, right?
Yeah, you did. Hold on one sec.
Yeah. Yes, it was the visitors from V. None of the other. Well, I mean, David Boy's not, but the heptapods and the newcomers are not. They don't eat people.
I could just be a cartoon for a minute.
You can be. Frankly, it's an improvement.
Well, that is why I did it. Because didn't think.
Then you started
didn't
combing
think
your
this
hair.
was,
Now,
didn't think this was going to sell anything. All right, so let's see who the leaderboard is. Why is it not doing anything now?
so the trouble is, can we see like who got what right on the final 3?
Oh,
Olivia was
I
one
could
ahead.
rewind the tape, I guess, to see if anyone got them wrong. But
We can go. I mean, I feel like we should just give it to Olivia because there's a lot of math otherwise and whatever.
well, where did Olivia land?
Then it all falls apart. See, this is where
So Olivia got all 8.
did Olivia get all 8, and she was 1 ahead of everybody. So coming into it, she was the only person that was 5 for 6 on the first one.
That's correct. So
if she got all 8, that means that she is ahead. So she
here's what I want to say is that Olivia definitely, if Olivia wants a tumbler, Olivia may have a tumbler, and you may message me on something, and then but also brain cramp. I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling embarrassed that the technology didn't quite work. So brain cramp. If you want a tumbler, you may also. So I'm willing to give out 2 tumblers.
Paul, how are you going to pay your bills this month?
Well,
I guess maybe if there's another really good super
I think
chat.
you know what, Dave. If I can get you to reach out at the good people at tables,
I'll talk to them and see what we can do.
or maybe
talk to them,
brain
see what we
cramp.
can
Maybe we'll have to send him a table. I don't know how that's going to work.
No, we definitely can't do that. I don't know if you know what it costs to ship tables. I do. We ain't doing that.
All right. Well, all right. Well, congratulations to Brain Cramp for being the second half winner, but Olivia for being the first time winner. Well done.
Oh, one of my upstairs guests. There's a little bit of a party going upstairs. One person came in 6th. They're very happy about that.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. So we're now done the game, but we have many more. We have much more to go on the story of the freezer alien.
Pants are still a proud sponsor of the show, Rona. Don't ever worry about that. And yes, everybody should also hit on and get your own glass. Oh, there we go.
Agent
Tumbler fund.
Mulder
Old
was
man
my
Joe. Well,
idea.
Tumbler
that'll
fund.
buy a tumbler for brain cramp right there.
Oh, thank you, old man Joe. I appreciate that. Yes, so now the show can afford to get the 2 tumblers.
Mm-hmm.
Also, as we were talking about here, so this was the generous gift that you gave me when I decided to move.
Yes.
And it sits on my shelf behind me normally. So this figure is actually part of every show that I do, but you just can't really tell because it's all blurred.
I wrote Paul a letter that made him cry.
It did actually. That
yeah,
was
oh,
that
there
wasn't
you go.
fair, and I don't even want to think about that right now because that was a sad thing.
It's
We're
a
not-
sad look at what we get to do here right now.
We're robots, so
Yeah.
but
This
anyway,
is what Paul and I do. Every now and then, every like decade or so, we move apart from each other, and then somehow we move to the same city again, and it's just we're like
this is true. That has happened a few
yeah.
times. Yeah.
Yeah. One of them there gravity planetary
That's
things
right.
you got.
So
Biomorphic gates,
So we're I'm going to make a pitch to you. Well, for the Maritimes. You might enjoy the Maritimes.
Well, we'll find out.
Sociable.
Spoiler
You don't
alert.
know. You don't know what that is, but you'll learn.
I do like singing and drinking, so
And Celtic music.
I do actually really like Celtic music.
So
I really, really do. Yeah.
So you're on your way.
I have a clan tartan and kilt. I'm half Scottish.
I know
so-
you do.
Yep. It could be.
Have you done one of them DNA things? The
No,
23andMe
I've
or
thought
the
about it.
Ancestry?
Yeah, and I almost going for my dad a couple times because I think he would really enjoy that, like as a present. But haven't done it. Never done it.
I got both my mother and father got one from me for Christmas. Actually, yeah.
Oh.
So that was my way of cheating. I got them.
We can talk
Christmases
about
with-
that. I'm genuinely curious to talk about that more if you've gotten the results. We'll talk about it after.
Okay, yeah, we haven't yet because they got it for Christmas.
Probably everybody on Earth isn't interested. They want to know what's going on with this alien and where.
All right, aliens.
where,
But anyway,
yeah.
take your DNA kit before you come. Anyway.
Into the thermal blanket in the woods, I saw something under the brush about 3 feet away from where his body lay. And it looked at first like a can of soda pop, like a silvery can through the brush. And as I moved the ferns away, I found out that it was not a can. It was a bent piece, what looked like a bent piece of aluminum or silver-colored metal that had some strange markings on it that was approximately 4 inches long, 3.5 inches wide, and about 3/16 inches in thickness. It looked almost like an ornamental piece of jewelry. So I picked it up and put it in with the body,
And it has-
rolled it up, and brought it home.
Right, and it has symbols on it, right?
It has some etched or surface-mounted black symbols, which look similar to Korean or Egyptian-type hieroglyphs.
Yes, they do.
Yet they have never been recorded anywhere.
We have a photograph for your perusal of what he just described
Not
on the
because
website.
of a
Actually,
symbol I
several
just made
photographs of
up.
it.
Because human science. Sorry, I'm supposed to be supporting the alien in this show. But
No, you're fine. I think the trivia game is done. We can be off the rails at this point.
yeah.
Being held by glove.
Oh man, I didn't put up the carry on.
And this is what I call the link artifact.
The link artifact. You think it has something to do, perhaps, with the operation of the Obelisk?
You're 8%
I
alien
believe
on your
that
mother's
it was
side?
worn by Freddy, the alien. I believe it was worn on his wrist. I believe that it was a direct link between him and the Obelisk, or him and a controller.
Gotcha. And it may have flown off when you whacked him.
Either that or when Susie was in combat.
Yeah, one of the two. One of the two, sure. All right.
No,
I have another
like
photograph.
The aliens ripped your dog in half.
So-
I'm being sensitive, but
I get so obviously being able to defend yourself against a dog. I get why that's an evolutionary advantage for an alien. That makes sense.
I mean, presumably the alien had some kind of technology that lets you do this or something. I mean, who knows?
Oh, do you think so? Because I was thinking it was more like this is merely a biological strength type situation.
With the atmosphere situation he's describing and this strange obelisk, and he said something about, didn't he say something about how it was a suit and like?
Oh, he did say it was a black.
Like
the suit
that,
kind of
reached out from that. Yeah,
right when he was in danger, like the suit engulfed him a bit. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
So it's like a Tony Stark mesh suit or whatever that.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking, it seemed like an evolutionary disadvantage that when you kill prey, that it instantly dissolves, because you think, oh, this is food I want to eat, but no.
This is his disintegrator ray. He said his phasers to kill.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if people who have joined us late realize this, but whatever you type in a super chat apparently is just going to be read out by a robot. So,
yeah. Apparently, he says as if he isn't the direct architect of this happening.
Mm-hmm.
But you can type literally anything, and a computer will read it, and we can't stop it. I'm shocked at how little people have taken advantage of this.
That is an accurate statement, and we may have to have the board meeting when the show is done.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's up here or not. I don't. Oh, yes, here it is. When did you take the photograph of the alien with all of the obvious head trauma? I mean, this alien, its skull is cracked open and red stuff is coming out, blood, I guess, and
that was taken at home after I had brought it home.
Okay, one of the ones you took. We didn't cover that photograph. That's up there. So it's pretty graphic, folks. You can see the blood. You can see the cracked skull. And
I did see that picture you're talking about. I didn't bring it up on the thing, but yes, there is the picture of the alien with the cracked open skull and the blood all over it.
Missed that one.
Yeah.
Coming out, brain material, I presume.
Which we did take samples of, and we did basically have analyzed.
All right, we'll get to that. Let's finish up now. At some point, you went back out to the freezer.
I have to say, Paul, your viewers are considerably kinder. Maybe I live in wilder corners of the internet than.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
The cake is a lie.
Oh, I don't hear anything. I see the alien pop up, but I don't hear it.
I heard it. You're just not listening.
Cake is a lie.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Aliens don't eat meat. Paul, you meatist.
I'm making a note here.
I am a meatist. What is that? Meatist?
Agent Mulder was my idea.
We were too engaged in getting to the freezer to be interrupted. Smiley face, cat, big black square.
Big black square. Hey, how did he get the big black square instead of underscore whacked? That's neat.
I'm sad about that, Ronan. I'm legitimately sad. Because let me tell you, big fan of butts.
So you know what? I'm willing to read out for Ronan. You wanted to say butts, Jesus butts, and I feel like we're living a terrible time where Christians are persecuted, and the word that is being censored there is Jesus, and not butts.
Mm-hmm. Because butts are beautiful and natural.
That's right.
Part of the
if you wear appropriate pants, they will help you shape those butts into a pleasing peach shape.
But if you wear inappropriate pants, then you cause people to stumble and fall.
Then you're wearing goddamn shorts. And I made my thoughts about shorts clear.
Oh, but wait. Per our sponsor, there are no wrong pants.
No.
Unless
you're wearing shorts, in which case, get the hell out.
That's right, get the hell out. But all pants are beautiful.
All pants are beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, so brace yourself. When did you go back out to the freezer? You met with MUFON. They ripped off your stuff.
Well,
they weren't really the MUFON people, I guess. They were men in black or the equivalent thereof.
Many things had happened during the first 3 days. I had talked to people.
Mainly throwing up and crap in my pants. But
yeah. So here's the secret. Like the Hulk, Paul, we're always demonetized. We go into these shows assuming we're going to be demonetized when that gives us the power.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Oh, there you go,
Vashante.
Butts,
Jesus, butts.
See? I think And that was only that was not only we appreciate the $2 super chat. That was
Absolutely.
it was short enough that it fits in a $2. So now I'm calling bull on the Ronan. Ronan,
Your mortal laws have no holds upon my butts, Jesus says.
so there's two possibilities here. Vishanti has special YouTube powers, which is possible. It's not out of the realm of question. But I think maybe the Ronan now maybe he
No, I suspect Vishanti, I imagine the algorithm probably recognized that she won a previous trivia winner.
Oh, I
It's
see.
like, well, we gotta let this through. This is,
So a
Don't
benefit
wanna-
of so next you're saying that next
I
time
don't
we have
want
a
to tell
show.
tales out of school, but Vishanti's kind of a big deal.
So
front of the line.
But
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Butts. Guy loves butts.
Well, now here it comes.
God does love butts, I'm certain, because he created butts.
If God didn't love
Agent
butts, why would he
Mulder
make
was
them so
my
damn
idea.
sexy?
Vishanti is a mod, so has special powers.
So here's the thing. I'm guessing that Olivia and our other winner next time we have a show will also be able to just say butts as often as they want to. But
It's an excellent question, Ronan. I don't know why yours didn't work. You should probably super chat again and try.
Try again.
See what happens.
Oops. Wait, go to the sniper sprint. You need to go. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Smoke his ass. That's so we don't know if we don't know if bullets will work through the gelatinous atmosphere that this thing creates.
I talked to friends. My girlfriend had come over. She had seen the body.
Yep. So,
I think this is just a big elaborate story to cover for this guy doesn't really have a girlfriend. The girlfriend couldn't come over for some reason because of the alien.
All of a sudden, it's reading out the last
Agent
like
Mulder
8
was
super
my
chats that
idea.
were
Butts,
going.
butts,
I don't know
butts,
if you can hear it
evolution,
on
love
my
butts.
mic. It's
Oh, for you.
yeah, for
Because
me.
for me, it's been working live.
No.
Oh, well, we have some technical issues to work out, I guess.
No, we don't. This is beautiful, and everything's happening exactly as we've ordained.
the word was out.
So people had seen this, close associates and friends.
And well done, Ronan. You've achieved now. You made it say. Oh, except you changed it. You didn't say Jesus butts. You made it to evolution love butts. But you know,
We probably do know Jerome. We're also both of us are from Canada. That doesn't work here.
that's right.
It doesn't work when you're talking to Canadians.
Wasn't, publishing this in the newspaper because I was still sick. I mean, still violently sick.
He's sticking to this story.
Yeah.
And about the third day of after this had all happened, I had planned a meeting with the professor, somebody I knew personally from the university, to come over and take a close look at what I had told him about. I had set up a table and some lights in my garage so that he could examine the body.
Well, if he was from
That
the
meeting was
university, that makes it
canceled
official.
abruptly. And I was a little put off by that because obviously I was trying to do everything I could do to get this handled.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Wow, it doesn't work. I can't say the B word.
Well, Go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul.
I was just saying,
I was gonna say,
Olivia, you are not. YouTube doesn't yet know that you are the winner.
Yeah, we have to submit the results to the
So
timekeepers.
We'll be putting in our paperwork to YouTube as is required.
Because
by
here's
all
the weird
streamers.
thing: for a tech guy, you have to mail these reports into YouTube. They don't accept electronically submitted documents.
Weirdly, this is a coincidence. I actually have to fax them in.
Yeah, I mean you could
So
mail it too, but they also accept fax.
Right, they accept fax, so I fax in the trivia winners per terms of service of YouTube terms.
Now, luckily, as big Art Bell fans, we have faxes.
You're right. So I know a lot of people don't read the terms of service. But it does, it does talk about all these kind of contingencies.
Yeah.
So next week, not next week, but next time we're on, Olivia, you try whatever the B word is, whatever B word you're hoping to use.
Bastard.
Bulgaria?
Bromine.
Bitumen?
Bitumen's pretty good B word.
And I went back out to the garage to put things away, to put the lights away and the table.
Oh.
And as I was in the garage, I heard a sound that was like coming from underneath or inside the freezer. At first, I thought it was the compressor going out.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, well...
Art was very He's getting less impressed with this story, even though he personally scammed the negatives.
He personally scammed the negatives. I think Art believes this guy.
happen.
What happened there?
Yeah. I don't know. He was just getting to the part about the tables. This is what our sponsors have been paying for. He has it out there.
I'm going to have to find somewhere real quick to put this thing. And but then I thought, well, maybe it's rats. Maybe I've got some rats or mice underneath the freezer. Because it was kind of a scratching sound. And I thought, well, if the compressor's going out, the thermometer inside the freezer will tell me that. Because the temperature would be down.
Mulder was my idea.
Fergal Burgelman Yurgle Burgle.
Ooh, that was well done.
We missed one in there. Maybe
No,
we'll
it
go
goes
back.
it goes reverse order when it gets queued up.
Butts, it won't let me say Jeebus.
There you go.
Save me, Jeebus.
Fergal Burgle Manergal Burgle.
Mulder was my idea.
Fitter, happier, more productive, comfortable, not drinking too much.
That is very good, Ray. That is genius. Do you know what that's, Paul?
I don't. I missed the reference.
There's the Radiohead song where there's a computer voice reading these things.
Okay.
Yeah. That's very, very good. Yeah.
Well done. And so
Like a
definitely
cat.
see this is our winners. The trivia winners are coming in strong in the second half of the show. We appreciate. Also, the Fergal Burgle Manergal Burgle is a joke from a whole nother channel that I appeared on this week, but it's not for
Mulder
us.
was my idea.
AIG are a bag
What
full
have I told
of
you about
butts.
other friends, Paul? Don't trust them. I'm the
All
only
right.
one that you can rely on.
Fair enough. Well, Matt Dillahunty's not to be trusted, that's for sure. Oh, that's going to get clipped out, and I'm going to be in trouble. Matt's
you
great.
just fucking did it. Demonetized.
Demonetized.
Would be actually going up. So I opened the lid, which I had done many times.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, this thing sat up out of the end of the thermal blanket and screamed at me in such a way that it, like, forced my chest back against the wall, like a sound that I could not imagine.
Well, Doctor, one thing you know now is that you've got a good heart. If you were going to ever have a heart attack and die, that would have been your moment.
Yes.
That would have been your moment. So it screamed. You actually, I don't know whether you have it. You played it once before on the program. Somehow you had a tape running,
Yes,
didn't you?
I do have that right now.
Why did you have a tape running?
Well, first of all, at that moment, I didn't. This was not the time that I recorded it.
I see.
He proceeded to do this many, many times.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
Jeebus gets in butt probe.
And that is the first super chat from Roger. Thank you so much.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
I look forward to our alone time later, Paul.
Okay.
Okay. That's someone from Australia, so I apparently got aboard on a plane somewhere.
Well, if they want this alone time so fucking much, they can come here.
I now have $2 Australian to get myself there, so that works.
There you go.
Well, I lost what I was going to say. So too bad.
Too bad. So sad.
Later on, I went back in and actually recorded.
Oh, I remember. So there is a quote. If I was going to keep with the alien theme, maybe next time, there is a quote from the movie Paul, where he says, "What's with you humans and the anal probing?" So I could change the animation, to feature that.
So I think we need to. Can you I don't know how this works. Can you set up can you have a pool that it will pull up, it'll rotate through, so it's not always the same?
I can make a rotation. I can add as many
I'm getting
videos
a little
as
tired
I want.
of the
Yeah,
the
but
Mulder.
I wanted to see if it was if
If it
this
were-
was even a thing
we're
that
trying
we
new things.
enjoy.
We're breaking new ground.
Yeah,
You know,
we're trying
I
new
get
things.
it. I get it. Yeah.
And also, would the animations be themed? This was Alien themed night. Would they be themed
Yeah.
to the show?
I feel like
would
we
we
need
just
to maybe this week sometime. Maybe we can have a chat.
Yeah, well, maybe this was just a terrible idea and we never want to do it again. So we'll see.
Well, I mean, it's not nothing. Anyways,
The sound of him screaming when I opened.
Also, the viewers
should
should
throw a
let
poll.
us know.
let's throw a poll out there.
Oh, okay.
Do
We'll
people-
throw. Yeah, we can do that. That we can do. All right.
the freezer.
Do people like
God.
the sound
And I actually
with
took
the
pictures of it,
modifications,
or I took
or they
video
dead
of it,
against the idea
and
of
I do
radio?
have that.
Sorry, I let Art play right over what you were saying.
Yeah.
Do you want
See, but then we would start missing out on all this fun.
Recording.
You do. All right.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
All these super chats give me an entaume agenave.
I do like the what was the whole thing? The colon underscore
whacked?
whacked. Yeah.
So now that actually tells me what the black square is. Was it used to be a GIF or GIF, depending on how you pronounce. I'm a GIF person personally.
I am also in Camp GIF.
It was a Kenthoven whom you don't care or know who that is.
I know who he is. But
Oh, okay. Well, he.
I do occasionally watch your channel. Yes. I watched you on the line recently with.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, that was with that was the Fergal Burgle Manergal girl, and with Matt.
Yeah, I did. I actually saw that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
and I saw your debate with Chuckles McGee there, whose name I can't remember, who was like, "Yeah, anyways, we're not talking about this. I want to talk about this other thing." It's like, oh, okay, I guess. What the fuck's going on here? I was like, watching.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? What's this?
Did you get to the point in that debate? That was Dr. Jonathan McClatchy. Did you get to the debate where he said, "I don't care how historians do history. I care about how they should do history."
Because you had texted me when it happened. Yeah, you know that I am a I'm not a historian. I don't have a degree in history, but I am a person who reads a lot of history books.
Buff, as I would call you.
I am a fan of history and like academic history, actual history. I very much enjoy it and have studied it for years. And so Paul sent me this thing, and I was like, yeah, that just it absolutely was. So then I watched the whole thing, and it was just like I wasn't even angry or go. I'm just watching, like, you understand how, like, as you're saying this, you have to understand how like indefensible a position this is.
Right.
Like, you throw out the statement, it's like Jesus is the savior and Ronald Reagan was an alien. Okay, so which thing is like
right?
You're okay, whatever.
Yeah,
we're not going to get into the.
So all documents, according to if those who missed the debate, the conclusion.
But just instantly, it's like, oh, I get it. So you're a crazy person, and everything you say is crazy, and I can just 100% discount all of your whole position. Like nothing you say matters anymore because you've lost all credibility with me at this point. Yeah.
All documents are homogenous. They are either 100% true or 100% false.
100% false.
There are no documents that contain some true things and some false things.
And it's like, you're just like, I'm listening to this person. It's just like I'm looking in your eyes and I can tell you don't, like, as you're saying this, you're like, this is not good what I'm saying, but I've kind of planted my flag on this hill now, so I guess. And now everything's just logical. It's like, so this,
right.
Yes. So this, yes. Okay. I mean, I don't really know where to go from here, right?
If you're all in, you're all in, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. Losing cards turbo, like it's 100% of Caesar's Galaxy 4 is 100% true, 100% false. It's just like anything, literally anything you could take. It's like, so this is either 100% true or 100%. It's all right. Anyway, it was so weird. It was just weird. Like, you're just watching and you're just like, I don't know. Am I the crazy one here, or Anyways, it
But
was
also,
very
I agreed to this debate topic. I'm going to concede it right off the bat,
Yes.
and I want to spend a couple hours talking about what I want to talk about.
And I was like, "There's some big dick energy right there." Pro move.
Yep.
That's. I'm like, I applaud you, sir. That's you. Just yeah, you're right. Anyways, let's talk about this other thing. I'm like, I feel like I just won the debate, except apparently that's not what we're debating, and now we're moving to another thing. And I'm like, that's how real world debates work. That's how real world arguments.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, back to aliens in the freezer.
If you would please be my guest, play the recording. Here's the sound the creature made, folks.
This is opening the freezer, him screaming, and closing the freezer.
Oh my God, you're going to live to a good old age, Doctor. That would have done me in.
Well, it done me.
Well,
It's still alive?
To be fair, was this alive? Like, that's a noise I would make if you put me in the freezer alive.
I don't think you would make that noise. But yeah, I mean,
I would make some kind of noise that at least would let people know that, hey, I don't care what language you speak. Should let you know that I'm not a fan of what's happening right now.
So if you are a person who believes that this is true, that
yes,
this is
what
this
do you
person
mean?
really
I believe this is true, Dave.
So Paul, tell me, so this person has knocked unconscious. He didn't kill. He knocked unconscious this alien.
Yeah.
And now he's got it alive, locked in his freezer. Presumably the thing's just going to suffocate at some point, unless aliens don't need oxygen. I mean, I don't know.
Well, as Shannon pointed out to me, Shannon earlier this evening called me speciesist because I insinuated that perhaps there wouldn't be enough oxygen in the freezer for this alien. And yeah, she rightfully pointed out, I don't know about the physiology. Maybe it doesn't need oxygen at all.
Yeah, you're always viewing other aliens through your narrow humanist lens.
That's right. Paul. So I'm trying to do better. Anyways,
Mulder was my idea.
Oh.
There is no Dana, Paul.
There is
Only
no Dana.
Zool.
Only Zool.
Although the Zool.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you so much, Olivia. Olivia, who won the trivia, who's getting sweet cash. So maybe we didn't talk about this, Paul.
If you say it right, Olivia rhymes with trivia.
How's she going to claim her prize?
Well, the same way. So Olivia will leave and Brian, who I forget the rest of Brian's handle. They will leave me a comment and leave me a
pick
comment.
Some Brian. Pick a Brian you like. Give him.
No, I can go back and watch the tape to see if it's the right Brian. They will leave me a comment that I can reply to in the comment section, and then we will arrange for the delivery.
So get in the comments, folks.
That's right.
And don't forget to hit that like button. Smash that like button.
I don't frankly care if anyone
desecrate that like button. I don't think it even matters in YouTube anymore, does it?
It does. It creates some engagement, but whatever. Maybe. I don't know if really it does. It might be a Fisher Price button for all we know. Again, does this do a thing?
Is it like the darkness wheel on your toaster? You spin that to whatever fucking number you want. Doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference.
It's roughly as effective as that.
Ian, too, the first time around. Tell you, I didn't go back out there until for a long time, until Gary came over, and then we didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure.
Now your dead alien isn't dead anymore. Moreover, it's in a freezer where it's been for days at what probably near zero.
Remember Planes, Trains, and Automobile when there's the dead deer and they put it in the back of the car?
Yes, I do.
John Candy and Steve Martin.
Yep. And then it wakes up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, anyways.
So, Webb, yes, there are plenty of episodes.
Temperatures,
about
right? And I had been taking...
Yes. Paul and I have talked about it. There's a famous series by Father Malachi, who is a Catholic priest who performs a number of exorcisms, and he was a guest on Art Bell's show 5 or 6 times. I can't remember, many times.
So I'm sure we will. If
And so those are also like kind of famous. So we will definitely do some Father Malachi at some point.
if YouTube does not cancel us this evening, then
Yes.
perhaps in the future.
Hopefully no humans are watching this, just the AI. They don't know what's going on.
It out, lifting it in and out, examining it in great detail with a lot of people, photographing it, moving the wound, taking samples of the blood and the tissue, and now it's alive and screaming at me.
And somehow the cold was conducive to the elements of healing. Somehow that freezing temperature was part of why it healed.
Art, later on, I went.
I feel like that's just 100% speculation, but
Well,
maybe you just knocked it out and it woke up.
it's not. I guess so. It's not an unreasonable hypothesis, right? Because something changed. Like so it was out. It was not responding, and then something changed. So, but yeah, you would be able to test that.
That's the kind of science that the Greeks did 500 BC, right? That's like, well, I mean, we put this in water, and it's so obviously it's water is the thing that
Right. So the kind of science
Yeah.
that got that the original biogenesis hypothesis that corn and rice created rats and maggots.
yes,
Yeah.
you know, that's
'Cause
like
if
how
I
you tell,
leave- Yeah,
how you
if I
tell if
leave
someone's a witch.
Yeah. If they weigh
What
the
else
same as a
floats?
duck. That's
Yeah.
Back out and opened the freezer, and it would stop screaming. It would look at me and watch me, and I would watch it.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
When are you guys going to do remote viewing? Major Ed Dames for the win.
I mean, so like we have a spreadsheet, basically, like we have a list of kind of like Art Bell classics that there's a lot of things we're going to do. At some point, we got to get, there's more Mel's Hole we got to do. There's the more of Bugs and the Bigfoot saga that sometime we have to get back. Like there's so many good.
There is a part two to this as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
so this is this person comes. I don't even know how tonight ends, but there's a sequel to this one.
Yeah. So the answer to your question, Jerome, is I don't know. Paul doesn't know. Because we kind of when we're doing the show, we kind of choose at the time. We don't have like a grand plan, but
Hopefully, if people like it, Paul and I are still having fun doing it. People seem to be enjoying it. Eventually, we will work our way through to Ed Dames. There's so many, but yes, the Ed Dames ones are very good. Yeah.
We could be doing this, like, even though Art Bell has, bless his soul, has passed. You know, I don't believe in blessing or souls, but yeah. Even though rest in peace, Art has passed. We have enough stuff to. We have because we don't do this show every day, and he did do the show every day. We literally will not run out in our lifetime.
Well, and to be fair, a lot of Art Bell shows aren't great.
But I still contend that just based on pure math, we would never run out of shows to cover.
No.
Yeah.
If we chose, and who knows, we could even maybe someday we will branch into some of the George Norrie or some of the others, because there are certainly topics that your audience would be interested, but he doesn't hold a candle to Art. There's a reason that Coast to Coast used to get something like 20. It was at one time literally the most popular radio show in the world.
Right.
Or the most popular AM like talk radio show. It wasn't as popular as like Billboard.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
The
And
true
now
legend
it's
of the
like
Wilhelm scream.
800,000, like it's a shadow of the listeners that it used to. Yeah.
You spoke. The AI pronounced it the Trojan of the Wilhelm.
The Trojan of the Wilhelm. Yeah, Neil's Wilhelm scream somehow can't say true origin.
Yep. You know what the Wilhelm scream is, right?
I just tried to do it. I kind of screwed it up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes,
that
I know the Wilhelm scream. Yeah.
my friend and colleague Pablo.
Yep.
I guess I can say his name, Pablo Hidalgo. He's a kind of public figure in the.
He's
Star
very
Wars
much a
realm.
public figure. Yeah.
He that's his area of sub study and has published many things on the Wilhelm scream. It's pretty great.
and numerous other. It's if you're into sound design at all, it's a super famous.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look it up after the show's done.
Wilhelm scream. There's a million YouTube videos about it.
And eventually, it actually got out of the freezer by itself.
Really?
Sat on the floor.
That's how you say you locked the freezer.
Now I feel like because he opened it up. He was going to do some more tests and he opened it up. Like he did lock it, but this was an unlocked situation.
That's true.
But
it's the alien was looking at him. He was looking back. Yeah.
I'm less concerned now about the science and the plausibility, and I'm a little more concerned about the ethical considerations here of a creature.
I mean, he killed his dog. You've seen John Wick. If someone kills your dog, it's okay to shoot like 100 people.
I take it back. Did it kill? If something killed my dog,
ripped it literally in half, grabbed its jaw and the bottom of the jaw, and like all the way back.
You're sleeping in the freezer now. I changed my.
This is your house. Geo Sam, we have covered Mel's Hole. There is a Mel's Holes episode. Go back through the
go to like 2 episodes ago. We covered part 1 of Mel's Hole because
part 1
like 3 parts.
Just the introduction of Mel's Hole.
3 parts of Mel's Hole.
It's personally my favorite episode we've done.
Yep. And Eric, yes, hashtag Ben Burt. Ben Burt. I know someone was talking before about like Ben Burt is the person I would most brag about, like having had any kind of. Ben Burt and I connected well, and that man is a legend. And I love that guy.
He's one of those names that's like if you are into film, like behind the scenes, like he's right up there with like Harry Howard.
Wilhelm scream, dog.
But
the AI did a terrible job of the Wilhelm scream.
Terrible. It's a good try, Michael. We appreciate the effort.
So oddly, Ben Burt and I bonded. We spent hundreds of hours, maybe not hundreds, but dozens of hours. Like, just I would hang out in the editing bay, and I was allowed to. That was great, because we bonded over being Christians. We're the only like 2 Christians that we were aware of on the ranch.
Oh yeah. Ironic.
Yeah, ironic. So I haven't kept in touch with Ben. Sorry.
Looked at me and then got back in by itself. It liked the cold.
It knew then that some kind of healing process was underway with the cold?
I can only assume that, but it liked the cold environment. One time...
I mean, not implausible, right? It's plausible that there's physiology that would do well under cold conditions.
Jonathan had given the extraterrestrial water, and when the bowl was empty at one point, it picked it up and threw it at Jonathan's head.
I've never heard this before.
Right, it's all in the book, but I tried to give it food. I tried to give it some dog food. I tried to ask, whatever I could.
I don't have a dog anymore, so I may as well give my.
I got all this dog. I have this huge bag.
Dog food.
At this point, I thought it was a maimed animal, and at first I was scared to death to get near it.
Did it make sound short of the scream?
It made some little squeaky, chirpy sounds occasionally, but basically it did not make any other vocalization. But it...
Like, let's assume, for the sake of discussion, Paul, that all of this is 100% true.
I'm already there.
Yeah, I know you already believe this. I've seen your scrapbook.
Mm-hmm.
So this person has an extraterrestrial in his freezer.
Correct.
He's feeding it water and dog food, and he is not like it is. It is not an exaggeration to say potentially this is the single greatest discovery in human history. This is the most important moment in all of human history.
Fair enough. We are not alone in the universe. That's a huge deal.
There is you could make that argument. You could legitimately say that. And this guy has talked to whatever was it Mofar?
Gary.
Mofar, for alien thing. And
Mofos.
Like I've talked to whatever the fucking West Portland alien support hotline, and my buddy Craig.
Gary,
Gary, who gives a shit? I talked to these people, and yeah, and the alien's screaming at me, and it threw a bullet in my head. Probably because it's mad. You've locked it in a freezer with goddamn dog food. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Moving on.
Well, but he called his friend.
Let's not talk to the newspapers.
No.
To the television crew of any kind.
He called his friend. Was Gary his friend from the university, or was Gary just his buddy?
I thought Gary was just his buddy. He never.
Yeah.
Gave
So
the
no.
name of
So
the
he has a
first
call
universe.
in to someone from the university. He's not an animal.
Is
He called the
Is it a biologist or somebody? Is it
his friend from the
janitor?
university?
Is it his grad student that he's in an illicit relationship? I don't know.
No, he has a girl. He has a girlfriend, Dave. Trust me. He has a girlfriend. He's totally got a girlfriend. Totally does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we know why aliens don't contact us because of this fucker right here. First, his dog attacks somebody, and then yes, yeah, solving the Fermi paradox. Yeah. And then he locks it in a freezer.
That's right.
So I don't even want to tell this story online because it.
Okay, well, you can tell it offline.
Never mind.
A great ability to translate information like a fire hose. I felt like I was being bombarded by information inside my head. I could only spend about 10 or 15.
It's the only way you can receive information. Your information in your foot doesn't do you any good. That's a scene.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
His friend in the diversity to art, mint at the U.
At the U. I feel like Timothy is also matching us drink for drink. Appreciate the super chat.
I'm quite deep in. I don't know how many. I've lost track. There's a lot of empty cans around here.
We're well into double digits by now for me. This was 2 liters of beer. It is now empty, sadly. This was a bottle of rum. It is now empty, sadly. It wasn't full. It was only about that full at the start. I did not drink an entire bottle of rum in this show. This show.
This particular.
If you want to see me drink an entire bottle of rum, go to like the first episode, which is. I don't know why I ever draw people's attention to it because I'm legitimately embarrassed by that.
No, don't do that one.
We should just erase that.
It's still on the playlist because we're on the podcast.
We're on the podcast. So goddamn bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I might. Maybe I should unlist that one.
I kind of think so. Like it's legitimately embarrassing. I'm in a way. I'm like, you know what? We were out there and do it, and this is who we are. We did these things.
We learned a lesson.
We learned a lesson. It's it's not so it's not like we're going on racist rants or anything like that. But it's not good. It's not good. It's not even entertaining. Like it's just bad.
We do appreciate that the audience have stuck with us to some extent.
Thank you so much.
Partially by the fact that we're the only thing on YouTube right now. So
we're the only thing on YouTube. We win by default. Default.
Minutes in the presence of this thing without having a massive headache, and it never.
Sorry, I'm just hearing. Yeah, that was my quote when I'm drunk. Can't wait to meet you in real life. What's funny is it's true. Paul will testify to this. I genuinely love meeting people. I love talking to people. I love being around people. It's like puzzle pieces. It's funny the things we have in common in the ways that we're like complete opposites from each other. Maybe that's why we get along so well. I don't know.
Perhaps. Yes.
Our mutual friend Myron, there was one time we were like out for lunch in downtown Calgary. We were working. And I got into like a 40-minute conversation with the guy behind the counter serving sandwiches who had moved to Canada from Japan. He was an older man and his family had come to Canada after the war. And he was telling, like, we got into a long conversation. Like he had been alive in World War II in Japan. And the going thing, and Myron's like, yeah, so like we've got work to do, man. You need to stop talking to this guy. But there is no such thing as a boring person. There is no such thing as a boring person. If you get to know anybody well enough, everybody's fascinating. Everybody has their own unique perspective. Everybody has interesting stories to tell. I genuinely love meeting and talking to people. So if I ever get a chance to meet any of you in person, I would love to hear your stories. Anyways, I'm drunk and rambling. We should finish off this.
So Shannon has that in common with you. Shannon will completely ditch me. Ditch anyone. Doesn't matter who you just know if Shannon is an event and there are people she hasn't met, well that's the top priority now, is to make sure that she has met all the people.
I feel like Shannon and I will be a bad or wonderful.
Yes, no, I feel like when you come to visit that I will be standing in a corner somewhere, and the two of you will be off. Anyway, I'm used to it. I'll get some work done while you guys are chatting with people.
Objected when you closed the freezer on it?
No, not once.
Did it always appear conscious after that point at any time when you opened the freezer?
It seemed to actually start to regain some of its strength, and it became much more animated. In fact, wasn't afraid of me after a while. And I still was always...
I got to admit, I had no expectation that the alien in the freezer was coming back to life. This is delightful.
Yeah, it is. Like, if you can put yourself in the headspace of like this happening, like this is a legitimately horrifying tale.
Of course.
Right? Like if you can put yourself in like, no, this is really what this person is describing, which is absolutely true, is happening.
A creature ripped my dog's head off. I took it home.
Will be the third wheel.
Put it in the freezer. I whacked it with a baseball sized stick. I thought I may have killed a child, and so I dragged it home. Meanwhile, I'm puking and crapping my pants for 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
I call my friend Gary. Open up the freezer. It screams at me. Yeah, this is a bad day or a bad week.
A little bit afraid of it.
Jonathan had told me too. This information, such as the information in the book, is taken from 1,500 pages of documentation and information. Okay, and one of the things is the extraterrestrial was extremely strong. If Freddy indeed did not want to be in the freezer, I don't personally believe, when Jonathan has told me,
I'm with you,
that Jonathan would have been able to have stopped him from not being in the freezer.
When I was in the woods and I saw it throwing my dog back and forth.
Wait, was he justifying his keeping this thing in the freezer by saying if it wanted to get out, it would?
Well, he said previously, he's talked about how it went back into the freezer, like of its own volition. It got out of the freezer and went back in. So
because the freezer is where it heals.
Yeah, or at least he is presenting.
He's
but like,
hypothesizing.
it clearly prefers the cold. The cold is the environment it's comfortable in.
Okay.
So
it may or may not need oxygen. We don't know.
Yeah,
It was throwing 100-pound golden retriever 6 to 8 feet from each side of its body like it weighed a pound.
So it obviously could have killed you if it had wanted to.
It could have torn me apart. It was strong like an orangutan. And it moved very...
Just kudos for correct pronunciation of orangutan. Well done.
An orangutan?
Orangutan.
An orangutan?
Sleekly.
Missing link?
I think someone needs to super chat orangutan just to see what the AI will say.
What the AI says about it. AI will probably be fine, because any weird ass word people throw at it, it's fine. Super chat, go to the store, and it'll be like, go it you are.
Goat ata tor. Yeah,
that's where the Norwegian comes out. I don't know.
That's what I should do. I should check the language settings on it. Yeah.
The freezer, almost like...
During those times, did it communicate anything important to you mentally?
I believe that it communicated a lot of information. Discerning that information is the problem. That would be like somebody telling you Chinese and you have no idea what they're saying.
Sure.
But I feel like I have been downloaded into, and it gave me.
I've now forgotten that I mentioned that is like a plot device in Paul, where he can literally like give you the knowledge of the universe by like, downloading into your
You
head.
and I have very different feelings about the movie, Paul. And
I know. Well, I just love it because a young Earth creationist gets saved. So
I know you like that.
Yeah.
I just fundamentally hate that movie because of the many flaws in its story structure and writing.
Well, fine.
It's just a shitty movie. Just watch goddamn Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. Those are fantastic movies with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost.
But there's no young Earth creationists in those.
There are no young Earth creations in any of those. You are right about that. There are nothing that has to do with skepticism of any kind. They're just good movies as opposed to Paul, which is
they are. Absolutely. I would agree.
I get what you're saying. Paul is it's just not a good movie. It's just not. Yeah. Anyways.
Feelings. It gave me little bits and pieces of what I have tried to understand as imagery. It gave me the feeling like it felt secure with me, I felt terribly guilty. Once it was alive, I felt terribly upset at what I had done.
I can imagine.
But at the same time, I felt angry that my dog was dead.
Sure.
And during the times that I spent with this thing, I almost got the feeling of an understanding that it knew that I was in a dilemma between those two things. And I had the feeling that it somehow could justify what had happened. Because I wasn't killing it now with a shovel that laid, against.
Apparently someone made a graphic. But it didn't show the caption.
I thought they would... See, to me, if you're going to... The classic meme of the guy checking out the girl's butt walking away, right, while his girlfriend's right beside him, the one I mean? It would be like the Shannon
caption on this
Dave
one is...
Paul. Yeah.
The caption is not displaying, but it says, "They don't even know I'm about to do some work right now."
We do. We both do absolutely know Paul is about to do some work right now. Thank you, Shanti. Yes, that's...
the garage wall. And I wasn't trying to hurt it any longer. I was actually trying to give it water.
All right. Now, the obvious question is, where's the alien now? The answer to that is, you don't have that alien.
That's right. I don't have that. After the 9th day of this ordeal,
I feel bad that Shannon has gone to bed, because Shannon would have genuinely, she would have enjoyed that deeply. And that's what you miss.
What you miss
when you sleep at normal hours like normal humans.
Yeah, it's only 2 a.m. for me. We're good.
2
a.m. where you are. Oh, yeah.
The house had been broke into. It had been gone through when I was gone.
All right, I'll tell you what. We're here at the top of the hour. We're almost through the story, folks. So we'll wind it up when we get back, and then we'll begin to give you the new stuff. Stay right there.
Okay, Dave.
Yeah.
It's time to, now that we're at the top of the hour, or whatever it is on their show, not top of the hour for us.
We're going to the new stuff.
Are we plowing through? Are we stopping to save this new stuff for future episodes?
I feel like we've turned a corner. You and I are getting less and less rational as the night goes on. If we... Oh, boy.
I don't feel like we're done the recap.
We aren't done the recap.
So what if should we finish the recap and save the new stuff for like a
season? Art just said, okay, we're even, I guess. So what do you got? Do you want to do another hour yet?
Not another hour, but
I feel if we're not going to do another hour, then there's no point, because we're just getting into the meat of. But I don't know. Do we plow through? Do we keep our mouth shut? Do we let our...
Well, I think no. So here's the. So I don't know how much more stuff that they have in the recap of the story. I feel like we don't need an hour to do that. Like maybe half an hour would do it. I don't know.
Okay, you're right. Like, I'm willing to go for this as long as you're willing to go.
That was the question I had for you. Is how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine because I mean, it's several hours earlier where I am.
That's
So
correct. I'm feeling still. I'm still feeling good. I'm still feeling. I will need a bio break, but I will
Marshall
let it
sit
play.
Yeah, I probably do too. But we can
do-
we can alternate. We can tag out.
Okay. Well, I will. I'll
Hey,
put
Paul.
up my card.
Paul.
Yes.
Teamwork makes
Teamwork.
the dream work.
Okay.
That's
High five. You. I'm high fiving you right now, but you
I
can't tell.
see it, you son of a bitch with your cartoon. Okay, go.
That's correct. So
Do your thing.
I'm gonna hit play, and you just
can't
entertain the people.
Poop when you have a cartoon on, Paul. Go.
Once again, Dr. Jonathan Reed, and Robert Raith. Gentlemen, you're back on the air, and obviously you don't have the alien now. Doctor, tell everybody why.
Well, when the ninth day came along, I finally drove back to my house one evening, and as I was driving up to my house, I witnessed men and vans going in and out of my house with hand trucks, taking everything out of my house there was. A few hours later, I went back, and
If
they
you
had
will go
destroyed
refills
my
in
house.
guide, let us go
They had
refills.
gone through the floors, they had gone through the walls, there were holes in the walls and the ceiling. They had taken everything I had.
Stay good and close to the phone for me. They'd taken everything out of your house, including apparently the freezer and the alien.
I walked out to the garage. They had pried the entire door frame, not the door, but the door and the frame right out of the wall of my garage. And the freezer was gone.
So your house was when you saw all these vehicles in front of your house, so you saw people carrying stuff out of your house, you just took off.
I kept going.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to another friend of mine named Dolly, who also had known what was going on.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, is Paul back? We can't hear you, Paul. Or I can't hear you.
So, Dave?
Yeah.
We literally came to the end of the file that we prepared.
Uh-oh.
So, there is more to this episode, but I was working with just the shorter version because I was trying to let an AI... Anyway, long story short, that is the end of the file we prepared.
We've really screwed the pooch today, huh? Like
That's right.
Literally everything we've tried is just...
So I can go like I
poured a fresh drink.
No. So then I'm gonna load up part 2. You do your do what you need to do.
Okay.
Although I may need you to riff while I find the file. So do that.
I can do that. I'm gonna have a lot of glasses to wash in the morning. You're right. I got a dishwasher. It's fine. Okay. I will tell.
So you can tell a joke or something.
Should I tell a joke or should I tell a story? I'll tell a story.
Okay.
Jokes are for the end of the show. I will tell a story about the time I got a fairly severe concussion while at seminary at Bible school.
Oh, neat.
Vishani wants a long dad joke. Okay.
No,
we want to hear the.
Do whatever you. Oh, my mouth went crazy there. Do whatever you want to do.
Okay. So I was at Bible school. I think Paul's heard this story before or not. So I was at the school called Cape and Ray on the west coast of Canada. There's international. There's Cape and Rays all over.
You went to the worst Cape and Ray.
Yeah. So I was on a little island called Thetis Island, which is in between Vancouver Island and mainland Canada. So it's a very small island, what they call the Gulf Islands. It's sort of like Portland, Vancouver area. There's a whole bunch of little islands off the west coast. So I was on the school on this little tiny island. So there's like the school on the island, a couple of people who live there, but there's really nothing. And the dorms for this school, they didn't have like traditional dormitories. There were cabins, and every cabin would have like 10 people staying in it, and there were like bunks, and the cabins were spread all over. This is very West Coast, cedar forest. It was beautiful on this island to go, and these cabins are kind of spread all over it. It's all very parkland and trails and stuff around. And but there's nothing to do. You're on this island. It's a Bible school. It's a seminary, so there's no TV or really computers or anything because you're supposed to be there focusing on God and Jesus and all those good things. Every now and then we would take the ferry. It was like a 2-hour ferry ride to Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. And then you would go to we would go to the movie theater every now and then and watch movies, different things. So anyways, one of the things we would do, this was mid 90s. Wrestling was very popular at the time. This is like Stone Cold Steve Austin, Undertaker, for the people who were fans of wrestling, is the Attitude Era or whatever. So what we would do, the boys half of this Bible school, we would make a wrestling ring. We would get a bunch of mattresses from these bunk beds, and we would make a literal wrestling ring with a bunch of them laid out in a square, and we would have like walls, and we would have fake wrestling matches with announcers and everything, all the WWE, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Randy Savage kind of stuff. And it was all in fun. And so we're doing this one night. So we had done this a couple times, and we had done things. We had broken tables, we'd broken doors with guys jumping on them and going. We're all like, 19 to 22-year-old guys. So we're all dumb, everything you think you were when you were 20 years old.
Yeah, and no one's brain works before 25. Carry
exactly. So we had been expressly forbidden by school administration from having, to the point of you are not allowed to put your mattresses down and make a wrestling ring and have wrestling nights, because every time you do this, it costs money because you damage school property. You are not allowed to do this. So we're like, okay. So one day, after 11 o'clock, we do this. And my good buddy Daryl, who Paul also knows, and I were having this fake wrestling match. And Daryl does this thing where he lifts me up and does a big boom, sort of suplex, pile driver kind of thing. He lifts me up and going. My buddy Daryl was a guitar player. He still is. He's a professional musician. He's very, very good. But anyways, he lifted me up, threw me by his bed, and his guitar case hit my temple, right there, right in the soft spot of the skull. And I was completely unconscious. And at this point, I should say, I don't actually remember any of it. It was described to me. I'm embarrassed to say it. Triple K, my wrestling name was Jerry White. My wrestling persona was a white racist, also known as Triple K, Jerry White. I was the bad guy, and people always wanted to be involved with me. So anyways, he had picked me up, slammed me down, and I was knocked out. I was completely unconscious. And I don't remember any of this. I do not remember a second of any of this. And this would have been 97. So this was a long time ago. So then Daryl, there were bunk beds in these cabins, and Daryl gets up on the second bunk and does this big elaborate and he slaps his elbow, and he does, because we got double stacked mattresses, right? So it's so he's gonna do this big elbow drop and fall on me, assuming that I'm going to get out of the way, because he's taking forever. He's up on this bunk bed.
I have heard this story.
He doesn't know that I am completely unconscious at this point. So he does this big, and he just jumps off the top bunk of this bunk bed and falls on me, hits me because I don't move out of the way because I'm out cold. He separated my shoulder. So this is where, everybody, there's 40 guys in this cabin watching this wrestling match. And this is where he comes down, hits me, and I'm just my body just jerks, but there's no reaction for me. And that's when everybody's oh shit, this is bad. So we have been at this point expressly forbidden from doing this. And now they're okay, David is maybe dead or something. Clearly something's very wrong with him. So they're
so did they put you in the freezer?
there is a school nurse
Oh, they should have put
who
you
lives on the island. You have to go to the school nurse's office, knock on her, like just bang on her door until she wakes up, because this is after midnight. And like, hey, you have to come drive back to the school, and because something's very wrong with our friend David, right? So like, so they do this. So my first memory of all of this night, this is the thing I can remember, is her shining a flashlight in my eyes. And she asked me, how many fingers am I holding up? And she holds up 3 fingers. And it's not like the cartoons, like Looney Tunes, where we have like different, like fuzzy going. I can see her 3 fingers, but she's like, how many fingers I'm holding up? And I'm like, I don't know. Because I was looking at the fingers and I'm like, I don't know how many fingers that is. And then she asked me, what year is it? And I looked at her for a couple seconds and I started crying, like full on sobbing, Paul. Because like, think about it. Like somebody asks you like, hey, Paul, what year is it?
Yeah. And you can't.
And you're like, I should know. Like, this is a thing. Like, I should know. In my head, I'm like, I should know what year it is. But it's just like, it's like file not present. You're just like, what year is it? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what year it is. I can't tell you how many fingers those are. I can't tell you what year it is.
Wow.
But in my head, there's the disconnect where I'm like, I can see those fingers. I should be able to tell you how many fingers this is. When somebody says, what year is it? I should be able to tell you it is 1997. But I can't. Oh. And so I just started crying. And she's like, okay, yeah, he's got a really bad concussion.
And you're like 19 at this point, right? Like, so
yeah, at this point I'm like 18, 19 too, right? Yeah. But it's also like, I'm also like badly concussed. Like I'm in no kind of any, right? But she's like, but we live on a little island in the middle of the, in the Pacific Ocean. So there's no, so she's like, well, we have to wait until morning and then we can go to the, to the mainland and go to the hospital and take him there. And this is back in the day when people were like, so they're like, you can't let him sleep.
Oh, right.
Now people know, but it's like back in the day, it was always like, well, if someone's concussed, you can't let him sleep. I don't know what the thing was, but so they're like, you have to keep him awake all night. And I was like, it was like Memento. I had no short term to long term. So what would happen is I would be like, people, so it'd be like, oh man, what's happening? They're like, oh, well, you were like, you had a concussion. And I'd be like, why does my shoulder hurt so bad? My arm was in a sling. Also, they sling because I separated my shoulder. Like, why does my arm hurt so much? Like, well, you were in a wrestling match with Daryl and he separated your shoulder. And I'd be like, that son of a bitch, I'm gonna kick his ass. and they'd be like, yeah. And then like 2 minutes later, I'd be like, why does my arm hurt so much? So that actually was, I forgot, going back, told people were like, they didn't get the nurse right away. Because they knew they were gonna get in trouble. It was when I woke up and started being like, why does my arm hurt? And they're like, you were fighting with Daryl. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why does my arm hurt? And they're like, you were fighting with Daryl. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Why does my arm hurt? So this happened like 6 times. And then they're like, oh man, oh my God, something so like that's where they're like, something's really wrong here. We need to something. So, but after like an hour, this is starting to get funny to these people. So they're laughing at me, right? Because I'm like, why does my arm hurt so much? Because now they know that it's like, okay, like his life's not in danger, whatever. We'll get to hospital in the morning. So I'm like, so they start laughing. And then I'm getting mad. I'm like, why are you all laughing at me? And they're like, because you keep repeating stuff. I'm like, I'm not repeating stuff. Shut up. And then I'm like, why does my arm hurt? And then they started laughing. And earlier in the day, I'd been reading Spider-Man comics. And I thought Venom was real and was coming for us. And I was trying to warn people, you guys got to get out of here. Someone has there's video of this. You got to get out of here because
no man,
he's coming. He's gonna, yeah. So, anyways, but after so to answer your question to you, Sam, there was a time when it was believed that if you had a concussion, you couldn't let somebody fall to sleep because they might not wake up. They might slip into a coma, and this was kind of like generally accepted.
Yeah, knowledge. It was, or at least the common wives' tale or whatever, right? Yeah,
common wives' tale or something. It was even like I said, this was a nurse, like an actual RN, who was like, "Oh, you can't let him sleep," So like every 15 minutes, people wake me up. But after like 4 hours, essentially I had shook off the concussion, and now I'm just angry and shoulders sore and I'm tired, and I'm just like, you assholes need to let me go to sleep. I'm just like, fuck right off. And I was like, at Bible school, it was shocking because I was just swearing because I was really mad at these people. I'm like, my shoulder hurts, my head hurts, just let me go to sleep. And they're like, no, we can't let you go to sleep. I'm like, you sons of bitches. Anyway, they ended up going to the hospital the next day, and they're like, yeah, you had a bad concussion, so don't have more concussions, which I didn't. I've had
That's
several
good advice, I guess.
Yeah, I should have taken it. Didn't. Anyways, that's my concussion story.
All right. Well, I think let me just check the file here, see if people agree that this is roughly where we. Now, unfortunately, so Dave alluded to before, he did a little bit of sound processing in this because this particular episode is pretty bad for a. There was a bit of a squeal or something in the background.
Like a weird high-end feedbacky squeal thing.
So we're going to probably get a bit of that, but let me just see if this file works.
To the garage, they had pried the entire door frame, not the door, but the door and...
Pretty close to where we were.
That's pretty close to where we were. All right. So, Dave,
okay.
I'm going
to go take my bio break.
And we're going to carry on with... So at least we can get to the end of the first part of Alien in the Freezer.
Frame right out of the wall of my garage, and the freezer was gone.
So your house was right. When you saw all these vehicles in front of your house, and you saw people carrying stuff out of your house, you just took off.
I kept going.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to another friend of mine named Dolly, who also had known what was going on, and sat there and waited and decided, eventually I didn't know what I was going to do.
Sure. All right, so you finally did go back to the house. When you did, you found it torn up. You found the...
Yeah, that's right. So you are... So at least we, you can tell that we actually did some attempts to improve the sound from the original show. That hopefully you guys didn't notice that before. So we have done some work. We did the little homework.
Door gone, the freezer gone, the alien gone, and a disaster at your house. You've been on the run ever since, haven't you?
Yes, ever since.
I think it's important to interject here as well, Art, that Dolly is dead, and she was managing some of the evidence for Jonathan. And Gary, whom I've seen personally, has been beaten beyond belief.
And so he won't say a word?
Well, I don't know that he really could say a word, Art. He looked like a survivor of Auschwitz when I saw him.
And Dolly, how did Dolly die?
A couple months after this all happened, I had called Dolly to go up and pick up some evidence that I had stored with her, some other photographs and other videotape.
Right.
During these 9 days, as I acquired different amounts of film and different amounts of evidence, I would send it to different places, knowing that people were watching us, that they were going to our house, that they were following us in vans, and I was afraid of losing everything. And I had stored some of this with her. Well, I called her one morning and said, I want to come and pick this up. And she said, fine, no problem. I said, I'll be there in a short time.
And?
When I got to her house, I found her dead on the floor in her kitchen. They said she died of natural causes. The package that she had said was set out was nowhere to be found.
Gone, of course. All right. Is that the point where you took off and you said, obviously my life is also in danger, I'm out of here, or what?
Absolutely.
Okay. You've been on the run now how long, Doctor?
Well, I've been on the run for a good 4 years and trying to survive with the help and grace of God and friends.
One, I assume, is Robert Raith.
Absolutely.
All right.
But he's still going by his original name.
So he's underground. So did I just shows that like somebody he dealt with has died, that people are dying that are associated with
so
this?
Dolly, the Dolly in the story.
The clone sheep?
No. But yes, Dolly is a clone sheep. There's a woman who is assisting him who went missing, who all of a sudden just disappeared.
Is that the person who just showed up dead of natural causes?
Yeah. So now he's scared for his life. So
now people are just making fun of me.
but Venom was coming. Venom was coming.
Gentlemen, we have a couple of people we're going to try to talk to this hour. One of them is named Dan Irea, and he's in Indiana, and I don't know how much we want to say about... What's going on there? Did we just lose somebody?
I'm here.
Robert?
Yeah.
You're there? How about you, Doctor? Dr. Jonathan Reed is gone. He's gone. Oh, my. Well, we'll get Dr. Reed back on the line here shortly. I have no idea what just happened. But while we can, let's go ahead and get Dan Irea on the line. Let's see if we can do this. No, we just lost everybody now except Dan Irea. Dan, you're on the air.
I'm still here.
Okay, Dan, since you're the only one I've got right now, things always go this way on this program. Since you're the only one I've got right now, Dan, let me proceed with you. How did you get involved in this, and what do you know?
Well, I became involved in this when I was working out at Microsoft in 1998 in the Redmond area.
Okay.
And so I was nearby the area where this all happened, and that's kind of what piqued my interest. I heard the initial broadcast and listened to the several subsequent broadcasts, and I left Microsoft at the end of 1998, went back to my hometown here in Indiana, and I kind of kept in tune listening to see what would happen, and hadn't heard anything for quite some time. So I emailed Dr. Reed, and
Microsoft in 1998.
Yeah. That was some dark times. Also, I like Gary Harris's little observation here. But
in June or July of 1999, kind of inquiring as to what had happened since his last Art Bell appearance, because there seemed to be quite a lull, and I hadn't heard of anything happening. I wasn't aware at that time that he had presented in San Diego, and that he had been shot after returning to Canada shortly after that presentation.
He was shot, that's true.
Right.
Hold on just one second. Let me see if I can get rid of this noise. I'm trying to get things reorganized here. And anyway, proceed. I guess I'll tell you what we're going to do. I've still got you, Robert Raith. I've got you back, I think, don't I?
Yes, you do.
All right. I'm going to have to try and set up lines again, because getting these set up apparently is not as easy as it looks. And since we lost the doctor, we've got an imbalance in the lines here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to let you tell me for a moment who this is.
I feel slightly better about the various technical difficulties we had on our show.
Yeah, exactly. This is what happens when you do it live, Paul. This is
when you do it live. Yeah.
Sometimes,
Mm-hmm. I mean, this was a radio show. They didn't even have like visuals and things to go weird and wrong, and
but calling in.
Agent Mulder was my idea.
No to AI. Paul and Dave's reaction to AI are not satisfactory. We need them to read and react to the super chats.
Your reactions aren't satisfactory, Paul.
That's a fair take. You and I are, we're allowing the AI to be a proxy to our reaction. Is that what's happening?
I can see that it's, it lacks the warmth and charm that we bring to reading super chats,
Fair enough.
We both have fairly resonant voices and faces for radio, so it plays out nicely to...
But the poll is currently at 73% in affirmation of the robot overlords.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
We'll see. The board will be meeting.
Who Dan Irea is. Tell me what you know about Dan. I'll try and get him back on the line.
Well, Dan was a person that got very interested in the case. He was somebody that really wasn't heavily involved in the concept of ufology. However, he had abiding interest in the subject itself. When he had heard Jonathan talk about this story on your radio show, he became very intrigued by the possibilities. He wasn't sure whether it was real or not at the time. He later found out that we would be presenting at Laughlin in Nevada at the UFO convention in Congress there. And that is where we first met him. And,
okay. I think that I might have him back. Hold on here. Let's see. I'm going to have to try this one more time. I'm trying to get them both on the line and get it to sound right. So let me try this one more time. Let's see if this works. All right. Let's see if we have Robert there.
I'm here.
And we have...
So, to be clear, this was the most popular radio show in the world.
It was I can't remember the class. It wasn't the most popular radio show in the world. It was like the most popular.
It was on the most, as I understand it, it was on the most stations of any show in the world, something like that.
It was very popular. Like it was in the top 10.
Right.
It was
and they've literally got
millions.
They got the host.
Yeah.
Literally setting up calls.
Because he didn't have screeners, he didn't have any of this shit. He was literally doing this out of a trailer, goddamn trailer in the desert. Like it's so he was that guy. Like everything you see in like your X-Files.
Right. Or the movie
thing, like that was him.
The movie 2012, I don't know if anyone saw that with like the Woody Harrelson character in 2012. That was the guy who was driving around producing his radio show out of an RV. That was roughly what art was. Yeah.
Like that's literally what art was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn.
It wasn't like the people knew where he was. It wasn't like he was like hiding around the run.
No.
But he wasn't in like
It just makes me laugh that this was,
But yeah, he literally.
It makes me feel better. It makes me feel better about what we're doing here.
All right, good. All right, so
in some ways,
through the conference,
all of the weeks that like it goes well and things like it's more impressive in a lot because it's like he doesn't have a big staff of people. There aren't producers. There aren't all this. There's like 2 people in a fucking RV in the desert that are doing this. Yep. And they're banging out this radio show 6 nights a week.
Somehow you planted an idea in my brain the other time. I was like, how do I find out which? I would love to have a bot or something that would let me know which chatters were east of the Rockies and west of the Rockies.
Yes, east of the Rockies, the west of the Rockies. That sometime we have to do like an actual.
Right.
It would be awesome if we could have a call in and have the east of the Rockies, the west of the Rockies, the first time caller lines. Yes.
I'm motivated to try and figure that out at some point.
And I mean, the trouble is all these people probably have used like NordVPN or something. They're going to fuck it all up because they're going to make it look different or something. But other than that, if people aren't using VPNs, it's not that hard to do. Right? You can.
Well, but the YouTube API, I don't think the YouTube API.
Well, in terms, I don't know for YouTube or something.
Yeah.
That part I don't know. But in term, like if you were connecting to a website, it would be very easy to tell.
Right. Exactly. But I don't think the API for the chat will let me know where people are. But I want to figure it out.
But in theory, we'd have to figure out if we want people to be able to like talk to us. We'd have to have.
If we had a real call-in show.
Yeah,
then,
that's what I'm talking about.
Because the east of the Rockies, west of the Rockies, that was all honor system.
Yeah.
Like art didn't. There was no at the point. There was no like phone number blocking. There was like,
you called this number if you were whatever.
Right,
yeah.
It was just a honor system sorting hat. So. Yeah.
Yeah. So Paul and I were throwing out ideas for like an anniversary show of things that we could do. We could do like an actual call-in show and have the east, the west, the Rockies, which we both think would be an awesome idea. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, Olivia, fellow Canadien et l'habitant from Quebec City.
That's where the good poutine is.
That is where the good poutine is. Yeah.
I was in Quebec City Shannon and I were in Quebec City last summer. But...
Yep.
Laughlin, you hooked up with him.
Yes.
I don't tell you my poutine story. So I was with Shannon.
Are we at the point of the night where we're telling poutine stories? Okay.
I mean, I'm fucking drunk. I've had like 30 drinks.
Poutine story.
So, we were in Canmore, Shannon, Myron, and I.
Yep.
And Canmore Hotel, they were playing. Their band was playing there, right? And there's a little bar/restaurant that's attached to it. It's not part of this like Canmore Hotel.
I know the one you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, but this is before you were in Calgary.
I understand, but I know which one you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. And so we go there, and this guy is a French Canadian guy that is operating this place, and he's like, we're like, oh, we go, and this is like in the middle of the afternoon. No one else is really in here but us, and he's like, you should get the poutine. And we're like, really? He's like, I promise you've never had poutine this good. And I'm like, I've had some pretty good poutine, my dude. Like, don't write checks you can't cash. He's like, trust me, you've never had poutine. I promise you. I will give them to you free if you've had poutine this good. I'm like, okay. So he gives me poutine. And it's just poutine, just like a basic poutine.
Maybe the poll should distinguish between those who super chat and those who don't.
No, you're not wrong, Timothy. People that put money in, that's capitalism at work. Yeah. But anyways, so I'm like, okay, well, give me this poutine. This poutine. And so I take one bite, and I'm like, holy shit, this is by far the best poutine I've ever had in my entire life. And he's like, yeah, it's because you can't get good cheese curds here. I literally have them flown in from Quebec. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, nobody in Western Canada can make them right. He's like, the gravy's fine. Beef gravy's beef gravy. But he's like, the cheese curds, you cannot
You're not
get
wrong.
the right cheese curds here.
You're not wrong.
And like when I was eating, I'm like, yes, good night, Vishanti. Always wonderful to see you. And I'm just like, yeah, no, legitimately, this tastes better than any poutine I've ever had. Like, you're right. This is the best. And that was the trick. He's like, I air fly in my curds from Quebec because nobody in Western Canada can make them right. And I have a lot of thoughts about poutine. We could go on.
Well, and you're not wrong. So when we went to Quebec City, we literally, like, people have freeze dried packs of the cheese curds. We bought so many, and we made our own at home. And yeah, it's cheese curds from anywhere other than Quebec is just ridiculous.
Doesn't work. It's yeah.
WebM, don't feel bad about not super chatting. No one needs to feel bad about not super chatting.
No,
everyone is equal opportunity. We love you all. We appreciate you all.
Deeply do.
And and the super chats are
this
just
is
something
not
fun.
Yeah.
It does keep our lights on, but that's all good. And the yes,
I'm gonna let you all in a little secret.
I wouldn't want the AI every time, but maybe AI night like we have trivia night or bingo night.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
All right,
throw it into the mix. Have AI night.
Okay, fair enough. Heather, your math is wrong. It's only 2:45 here.
Yeah. 3:43. 2:50, 3:15 Nova Scotia time, whatever the weird half hour.
Narnia time. No, that's Newfoundland that has the half.
I said Newfoundland time. Yeah, the weird half hour off.
All right, let's get through this.
Onward and upward.
As soon as this drink is done, I'm out of here. So we need to finish at least the old part of the story.
Kind enough to introduce me to Dr. Reed.
Oh, what happened?
Kind of discreetly,
right,
the day before the presentation, and I had a short conversation with Jonathan just the day before, and during that conversation, he was very sincere. He showed a lot of emotion, and I felt like he was, very much telling the truth.
So you believe the whole story?
Well, I after he showed me the bullet wounds and told me a lot about what was going on, I felt like, I really didn't have
bullet wounds. What part of the story did I miss where there's bullet wounds?
They did talk about him being shot. He was like, he went to present somewhere and got shot, and Art was like, "Oh yeah, he got shot."
Okay, so this was, but what obviously
we didn't really get. They never really. Didn't go into details about it because they're all like, this is one of those things where it's like this is within the ufology school.
Gotcha.
This is a famous story, so they're like, we assume you know what we're talking about.
Gotcha.
They have not detailed.
So we haven't got to the shooting part when he's retelling the story. I understood.
Yeah.
A clue as to what it would be like to have an encounter like this. This sounds like what really would happen, and my kind of idealistic notions of what should happen weren't probably very realistic at all. So.
All right, so where do you add credibility to this story? What research did you do that would tell us that it's a real McCoy?
Okay, well, I think one of the most critical things that I've been able to do is I did get the negatives authenticated, which you had looked at them, and I believe Kodak had looked at them as well.
Yes, I had the negatives, and I of course sent them back.
Right.
But then you got them, and how did you authenticate them?
Well, I went out and I looked through the industry to try to find somebody who I felt was rather objective and unbiased, and someone who wasn't strictly connected to ufology or this field and making a living off of it, because I felt those people might not be the most unbiased of individuals. So I went to a gentleman named Bob Shell, who's the editor of Shutterbug magazine, and I told him what was going on and what I'd like him to do, and he agreed to do it. And so I met with him in his town there in Virginia and showed him all that we had, the negatives, the video, and he did produce a document for me, which I have up on my website. And much of this information that I have that I'm sharing tonight.
What is the document? What's the nature of it?
It's just an authentication document. It just basically states that he says that they are authentic by his analysis, and it's signed and dated by him.
All right.
Authentically what? Like, what the hell? So, first of all, they were supposed to be like someone from Kodak, and now it's like, no, it's the editor of Shutterbug magazine. That's not the same thing.
Kodak Eastman has, somebody could be the janitor. He never really.
It wasn't Kodak Eastman back in the 90s. It was Kodak.
He said Kodak Eastman.
Oh, well, okay, my timing is wrong. Anyway. But
I don't know when. Like, I mean, this was 2002. Who knows when this Kodak?
Right. The editor of Shutterbug magazine is not the same. And what did he said? It authenticated that it's a photo. Like, I don't know what you could possibly authenticate by looking at a negative. I mean, you're authenticating that negatives exist, as opposed to this is a purely digital. But as we discussed earlier in the show, you can take photos on film of a digitally produced image. That's how Jurassic Park came to be. Like, up until about 2002, I think, was the very first time that anyone did digital projection of film. Like, up until then, all films were literally printed out. There was a printing process that you print your digital video file onto film.
Yes. Digital projectors didn't really exist.
Exactly, right? So. Oh, all right.
This, and I'm going to give the website out right now, folks. And Keith, I hope you're grabbing this. It's www.aliendestiny.com.
That's correct.
And I've got capitals here. It can all be done in lowercase, I presume.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, www.aliendestiny.com. And you have a document of authentication of the photographs there.
Yes, it's on there.
Talk a little bit
actually in the area of new info.
Talk about what, Robert?
About the red eye
Server
effect.
not found over here.
Yeah, one of the other things that we noticed while looking through some of the evidence was that one of the pictures that they have shows.
Did you find it? Did it come up for you?
No, same thing. It's site can't be reached.
All right.
Yeah.
Freddie, it's looking kind of straight on in his face, and it produces a very pronounced red eye effect. And that would be, I would presume, and so did Bob Shell, and I've talked to others. That would be a difficult thing to have produced if it wasn't a real eye. So that was kind of critical. So some of the other things that we noticed, Bob Shell mentioned, and I think Whitley Strieber did as well, that when you have a combination of.
So it's a good idea. We should go to Wayback Machine.
I'm on the Wayback Machine right now. Did you say alien? Somebody in chat tell me, was it alienarchive.com?
Oh, wait, Wayback. So it's just archive.org, right? Archive.org.
I thought it was alienarchive.org. Or the
Wayback
Machine?
No, the Wayback Machine is a archive.
Yeah, archive.org. Yeah.
It's aliendestiny.com.
Alien Destiny, that's what it was.
So the last snapshot was 2020.
I don't know why I'm doing it. You're doing it right now.
You know what?
So go back.
Let's go to 2004.
Yeah.
Sure. So somewhere in 2004, we'll pick February.
We're maybe educating some of your viewers about the Wayback Machine and
maybe
what an amazing tool this is. Yeah. And archive.org, which is striving to keep like a complete record of the internet, which is a
this
pretty
didn't.
ridiculous
So
goal.
I have to go back further because apparently it was broken at that point. Okay, all right. So
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
here we go. Here's a website. This is a website for us.
This is definitely a 20-year-old website.
Let me make this bigger for everybody here.
Got some nice frames going there. We're all good. Yeah.
Oh, frames! Holy cow! I forgot about frames.
Part 1,
Okay.
pre-Laughlin. Laughlin, UFC, post-Laughlin.
The main man behind.
I feel like
this
this is like we're going down the rabbit hole. We could be here for
now. We're gonna be here forever.
purpose. Wait, it is my belief, based on Dr. Reed's evidence and testimony, that information specific to where our race originated, where our true purpose on this planet is, and what our future holds for us, ellipses, is being compromised. And it is my intent to help bring this knowledge back to its rightful owners, ellipses, the people.
We
People, Paul.
We are
the
in favor
people.
of the people.
Yeah.
So
we are pro the people here on Toast to Toast.
pro to people.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there anything here interesting? What do we
What
want to
the
click
fuck
on?
is going on here? What is that about?
What?
It feels like this skews into Super X-Files territory.
So
Compromised alien origin, something. Okay.
Pictures. I'm
Added
the
fire in the
pictures.
sky. Comparative analysis. Deshante went to bed. It's too bad. She was bringing up this reminder of fire in the sky.
Wait, why do we want? Why is get bikini body now?
Hey, no, click on that. Get that
Oh
going.
man, I don't.
No, don't actually. I'm just
Okay, all right.
fucking
What
up.
do we?
Yeah.
All right. So then I'm gonna go back here because so. Anyway, I will maybe keep art playing while I explore this here.
Negatives, video, and photographs. That's pretty compelling evidence that what you're looking at is the real thing.
All right, we're just now getting a link up. In the next few minutes, we'll have a link up to aliendestiny.com.
Great.
That's important. So
You got it right here.
you did quite a bit of research then.
Yes, and I did quite a bit more than that. I also, it was brought up, I believe, by Peter Davenport at one time, and he had mentioned that red blood cells are enucleated, which means that they do not have DNA typically, nucleus.
Right.
And what I did was I did some research because I remember back on the December 9th broadcast where Harold Chacon was interviewed that he had mentioned something about that the skin resembled a reptile, and he had also represented that out of the 46 chromosomes, 9 of those were non-human, and they resembled those of sea tortoise and dolphin. And so what I did was I did some research.
Okay, I got distracted by this website. What the hell DNA are they talking about here?
Yeah, you need to go back because this is stuff that you might be able to.
The
intelligently comment on.
alien has 46 chromosomes.
Yeah, yeah.
So
there
the
was some other
alien
stuff
just happens
too.
to have the same number of chromosomes as human, even though
Yeah.
that's incredibly rare among apes don't even have the same number.
Yeah. There was some other stuff he was throwing out there, like hard sciencey things.
All right,
I of course sent them back.
Right.
But then you got them, and how did you authenticate them?
Well, I went out and I looked through the industry to try to find somebody who I felt was rather objective and unbiased, and someone who wasn't strictly connected to ufology or this field and making a living off of it, because I felt those people might not be the most unbiased of individuals. So I went to a gentleman named Bob Shell, who's the editor of Shutterbug magazine, and I told him what was going on and what I'd like him to do, and he agreed to do it, and so I met with him.
Also, in the late 90s, mapping DNA was a big deal. Like that was
for sure. There was no genome
which I have up on my website, and much of this information I have that I'm sharing tonight.
I think it existed by then.
Oh, but sorry, the Genome Project at that point was only mapping very specific chromosomes.
Yeah,
there was no full.
Complete,
yeah,
and there certainly wasn't like a quick, easy way to we'll just
not every crime lab in the world was like, hey, I can just throw this into. And back then, actually, when they did use genetic stuff in crime, they literally were just sampling.
Yeah,
just certain alleles that they know were commonly different or commonly the same. They were definitely not doing the whole sequence.
What is the document? What's the nature of it?
It's just an authentication document. It just basically states that he.
Destiny.com. And you have a document of authentication of the.
And it produces a very pronounced red eye effect. And that would be, I would presume, and so did Bob Shell, and I've talked to others, that would be a difficult thing to have produced if it wasn't a real eye. So that was kind of critical. So some of the other things that we noticed, Bob Shell mentioned, and I think Whitley Strieber did as well, that when you have a combination of negatives, video, and photographs, that's pretty compelling evidence that what you're looking at is the real thing.
Negatives and photographs are the same thing anyways, yeah.
Yes, and I did quite a bit more than that. I also, it was brought up, I believe, by Peter Davenport at one time, and he had mentioned that red blood cells are enucleated, which means that they do not have DNA.
Oh, there we go. Back a little bit.
Nucleus.
Okay. Right.
And what I did was I did some research because I remember back on the December 9th broadcast where Harold Chacon was interviewed that he had mentioned something about that the skin resembled a reptile. And he had also represented that the...
What's that?
Something about red blood cells being nucleated was in one of the fast-forwarded...
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not actually completely sure.
Out of the 46
So like it sounds like, based on that, like the red blood cells literally don't have nuclei in them, which is weird.
So was it carbon-based or silicone? The second one, xylophone. Yeah.
Zones. 9 of those were non-human, and they resembled those of sea tortoise and dolphin. And so what I did was I did some research on sea tortoises, and I found that, in fact, sea tortoises and all reptiles have nucleated red blood cells. And in fact, that's typically what they target when they test the blood of sea tortoises, is they actually go after the red blood cells, and that's what they extract the DNA from.
Wow.
So that's up on my website as well. So you can take a look at the analysis that I did there.
All of that, huh?
Yeah, it's up there. And I also, this is, I think, very important.
So what are nucleated red blood cells?
Where's Dapper Dinosaur? He could tell us this.
Yeah. So
probably sleeping like a coward.
That's right.
Red blood nucleus should eject naturally as the cell develops in the bone marrow. When the nucleus dissolves, the cell becomes more flexible. It will squeeze out pulls the bone marrow. Okay, that doesn't. Okay, that seems like it's half the. So it sounds like you're right. Like it's missing. The nucleus is gone.
Right. Which seems like a genetic anomaly, and that is detrimental to the organism. But
it sounds like it's a reptile thing.
Right. But here's the thing. So if any of this genetic shit pans out, it means that this thing evolved on Earth.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, okay, so it's like it has red blood cells like sea turtles. What the hell is that? Like, if this is an alien, what does that mean for anything?
Right, like, because it literally just the way evolution works. Like, you have to have a common ancestor in order to share any of the stuff. So then now we're into engineer territory, like from the trivia question before, where we've seeded panspermia.
What was that Star Trek Next Generation where there's like the alien that's seeded all life, and that's explains why everybody just looks like humans with bad makeup on.
Yeah. Or as you like from Prometheus, the engineers were literally seeding the same.
Great Monger says humans lack nuclei and red blood cells too. So neither Paul nor I are geneticists.
No, I was a young Earth creationist up until recently. So what do I know?
Well, and you are an educated man, but you're educated in commerce,
correct?
And computer science.
Yeah, no,
I am educated like in humanities and.
Yeah, and I've attempted to educate myself more on this. So I'm more enthusiastic about learning about the biology than the average person, probably. But
okay, so yeah, that's why bone marrow has to make red blood cells, because red blood cells can't make more red blood cells.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. Medicine stuff. Are you
So-
falling asleep?
I feel like we're at this point, the main caller, the Dr. Jonathan, has fallen off.
Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Jonathan Reed has fallen off of the show at this point.
Yeah.
And so this is probably just as good a point as any to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Because when Jonathan Reed comes back, presumably they'll get into the new material, as it were. They're treading water with the lackeys.
Yeah.
So, Dave, are we ending with a joke, or are we just cutting her off? What's
we
happening?
want okay. Okay. So I told a couple super long ones the last.
Yeah,
couple
we'll
nights,
do
so I
we'll
feel
do a
like
shorter.
Maybe shorter. Let's keep it shorter, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
My girlfriend came up to me the other day and said, "You know, what are you going to do if I start smoking?" And I said, "Oh, well, probably slow down and use more lube." Demonetized.
Oh my gosh. Well, on that note, thank you to our sponsor, Tables.
Thank you.
Who will definitely want their name associated with this show. Thank you to YouTube for allowing us to be the only show on YouTube right now.
Look for our podcast coming soon.
For our podcast on YouTube podcasts and maybe later coming to your podcast near you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Olivia and to Brian who won our trivia contest.
Yes. Congratulations. And thank you all. Legitimately, thank you all so much for spending time with us tonight. We really appreciate it. We enjoy it.
And thank you to my friend David. And we will see you next time.
Yep. All right.
Good night, we're ending the stream. Bye-bye.
And that's the end of our show.